You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you, and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We've got a lot going on this morning, so you are in the right place here. I want to let you know some of the things that we are keeping an eye on. In the next little bit, we're also tracking some breaking news. Let me first give you a live look right now at the floor of the Florida House. This is the third day of the session, third or fourth day of the legislative session in Tallahassee. The House considering a number of bills that we are watching today. Right now, they're debating a bill that would give parents the right to sue and recover damages for the death of an unborn child. That is Democratic Representative Anna Eskamani from Orlando, who is debating right now. A number of other bills we're watching today, including a bill that would repeal what is known derisively as Florida's free kill law. Another bill that would reduce the minimum age for the purchase of a firearm from 21 to 18. And then another bill that would require all employers to use E-Verify to verify an employee's status before they can be hired. So we are monitoring that in Tallahassee. Let me give you a live look right now in Brevard County. This is a hearing, a plea and sentencing hearing for a former Brevard County Sheriff's deputy who is charged with manslaughter. Andrew Lawson was charged in the January 2023 shooting death of Deputy Austin Walsh, a 23-year-old who, according to an arrest affidavit, Lawson is accused of jokingly pulling the trigger twice before that gun fired and killed that other deputy. So we're hearing testimony today ahead of handing down from the judge what a sentence might be in that case. Give you a live look at the Mayo Clinic in Jacksonville. Governor Ron DeSantis today. So you see the placard there saying Florida leads in cancer treatment, announcing some new cancer treatment programs and photon therapy. He is there with the First Lady, Casey DeSantis, who is a breast cancer survivor herself. And so something that is near and dear to their hearts, a very important mission as well. This is CFO Blazin Golia speaking live right now in Winter Haven. With the Polk County Sheriff and a number of other law enforcement agencies there, where he is discussing immigration enforcement and passing out immigration enforcement grants. But I want to take you live right now to Philadelphia, where the U.S. Attorney is giving an update and announcing charges in an NCAA bribery and point shaving scandal. The next big scandal here, 15 former college basketball players now charged among 20 people charged by federal prosecutors in this bribery scheme. So let's go ahead and listen in as the U.S. Attorney outlines these charges and what we know about this investigation.
To cheer for something that represent us and our values and where we come from. When criminals pollute the purity of sports by manipulating competition, it doesn't just imperil the integrity of sports betting markets, it imperils the integrity of sport itself. And everything that sports represent to us, hard work, determination, and fairness. And when that happens, the Department of Justice will step in to protect what is a sacred institution of American life. And that's what we're doing here today. We are stepping in, and our office is announcing criminal charges against 26 defendants that we allege perpetrated a transnational criminal scheme to fix NCAA Division I men's basketball games, as well as Professional Chinese Basketball Association games. In the indictment and related filings that we unseal today, we allege an extensive international criminal conspiracy of NCAA players, alumni, and professional bettors who fixed games across the country and poisoned the American spirit of competition for monetary gain. I encourage everyone to read the indictment, which was unsealed this morning. It alleges violations of sports bribery and fraud laws, but in its essence, this is a prosecution of the criminal corruption of collegiate athletics. And as we allege in the indictment, this was a scheme that spanned 3 years and eventually enveloped 17 NCAA Division I men's programs, dozens of college athletes, and fixed games. I'll speak for a moment about the indictment and encourage everyone to read it. It will spell out in detail the scheme. I will give an overview of it with two qualifications. The first is, at this stage, these are just allegations. Every defendant is presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law. And second, again, I am just giving a sketch, an overview of the conspiracy. This conspiracy, we allege, originated on the other side of the world in China in 2022 with Antonio Blakeney, a former LSU All-American college basketball player and former NBA Chicago Bull player, who, with his co-defendants, Marvis Fairley and Shane Hennon, first colluded to fix Professional Chinese Basketball Association games. I presume some of you are familiar with the world of sports betting, but I'll give you just a brief sense of the concept here. You can bet on sports to win or lose, but you can also bet on games in terms of whether a team will win or lose by a certain amount, and that's called a point spread. The scheme here was the defendants would identify a game in which a corrupted player had a team that was favored to lose, and then they would bribe said player to deliberately underperform so that his team would lose by more than they were favored to. They would bet for them to not cover the point spread. They started this scheme, again, with the Chinese Basketball Association where Mr. Blakeney was playing. And Mr. Fairley, Mr. Hennon, and Mr. Blakeney eventually made a lot of money. Mr. Blakeney was a standout star in the Chinese Basketball Association. He was averaging 32 points a game at the moment that this conspiracy started. In the first game, he scored 11 points. And they didn't cover the spread. And Mr. Fairley and Mr. Hennon, who were professional sports bettors, would then wager substantial amounts of money based on this fixed game. The scheme proved lucrative. Mr. Hennon, we allege, texted a Confederate that the only things certain in life were, quote, death, taxes, and Chinese basketball. And because it proved profitable, they decided to take their operation stateside to the world of NCAA Division I men's basketball. At this point in time, we allege that the conspiracy enlisted other leaders and fixers: Jalen Smith, Roderick Winkler, and Alberto Liriano. They picked these men because they were well connected in the world of college basketball. They knew the players, many of them were players themselves, they were alumni, they were trainers, they were recruiters, they were networkers, they were people of influence. And because of that influence, they added gravitas and legitimacy to the scheme. And they were able to recruit players on NCAA Division I basketball teams to fix games. And how the scheme worked is Mr. Fairley, Mr. Hennon, and these other leaders would bribe NCAA basketball players to the tune of $10,000 to $30,000 per game. The player would then agree to deliberately underperform in the game in which his team was favored to lose by a certain amount of points. They would then try to lose the game by more than that amount. So for example, if a team was favored to lose by 4 points, the player would receive a bribe to underperform so that his team would lose more than that. They did so with carefully orchestrated FaceTime calls to obscure and prevent their communications from being intercepted and recorded. They recruited other players. They had players recruit their teammates. And this scheme and this conspiracy eventually mushroomed. It eventually enveloped 17 NCAA Division I programs, 39 players, and 29 games that we allege were either fixed or attempted to be fixed. I'm not going to go through every team, school, and game, but I think you all get the point. This was a massive scheme. It enveloped the world of college basketball. It included conferences such as the Big East, the Atlantic 10 Conference, the Sun Belt, the Horizon League. It involved games against nationally ranked programs. It involved games in the playoffs of conference championships. It was a significant corruption of the integrity of sports. Once a player received a bribe, Mr. Fairley and Mr. Hennon would then place substantial amounts of money to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars per game to enrich themselves, to the tune of an aggregate loss of millions of dollars in fraudulent sports bets on bribed and fixed games. As we allege, this was a significant and rampant corruption of college athletics. I'll talk to you more about the significance of this case in a moment, but for now, I'll turn it over to FBI Deputy Director Andrew Bailey. Pleased to have you here, sir.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Good morning. FBI Deputy Director Andrew Bailey. I want my presence here to emphasize the FBI's role in the investigation of a point-shaving and sports bribery conspiracy that spanned multiple years, crossed state lines, and extended internationally, involving NCAA men's college basketball programs. An investigation that led to the indictments that we've announced today. I'll take the next few minutes to reaffirm the FBI's unwavering commitment to protecting the American people and highlight the exceptional work of the FBI teams whose dedication and professionalism made these indictments possible. Over the past 2 years, the FBI's Philadelphia field office has conducted a wide-ranging investigation into a point-shaving conspiracy involving at least 15 NCAA men's college basketball teams. To date, several individuals have already been charged and held accountable. Today, as a result of the exemplary work of our Philadelphia field office, 20 additional defendants were indicted for their alleged roles in this scheme. Those who believed they could operate in the shadows, defraud the public, and escape justice were wrong. The Department of Justice and this FBI will not tolerate the exploitation of the American institutions for criminal profit, nor will we allow victims of this crime, the fans who fill the arenas, the students and alumni who believe in fair competition, and the American public who expect integrity in the institutions they love, to be denied justice. I'm proud to stand here today because of the outstanding work of the men and women of the FBI Philadelphia field office who led this investigation. I also want to thank our outstanding partners at the U.S. Attorney's Office for their leadership, coordination, and courage to bring the wrongdoers to justice. I want to recognize the critical support of all FBI field offices that contributed to this case. This case represents a powerful example of what coordinated law enforcement can accomplish. When individuals choose to manipulate fair competition, they do more than commit financial crimes. They erode confidence in institutions that bring Americans together. The FBI exists to protect that trust, and when it is abused, we act. To the honest athletes, coaches, and officials who compete with integrity every day, the FBI stands with you. To those who choose corruption, fraud, and betrayal, we will find you, you will be investigated, and we will hold you accountable. Thank you. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Special Agent in charge of our FBI field office here in Philadelphia.
All right, thank you, sir. I do want to begin with a thank you to you. Your presence here this morning means a lot to the office, means even more to the case team. Thank you. Thanks to the U.S. Attorney's Office, U.S. Attorney Metcalf, to the prosecutors here for your work. Obviously, without your work and support with respect to this investigation, none of what we're talking about here would have been possible. The legitimacy of sports rests on fair competition, earned outcomes, and honest play. We expect athletes to embody the very best of hard work, skill, and discipline, not to sell out to those seeking to corrupt the game for their own personal benefit. When money is used as a tool to influence outcomes, it does not just taint a single game, it tears at the trust in the results that we cherish. The crimes alleged in today's indictment are not victimless. This was a calculated scheme designed to manipulate outcomes, deceive fans, corrupt athletes, and undermine credibility of our leagues and institutions. Yesterday's indictment reflects our commitment to protecting the integrity of sports at every level. It marks the second time in just a few months that the work of the FBI has illuminated the scourge of sports bribery. While the indictment marks a significant step in our investigation, our work continues as we're committed to aggressively identifying, investigating, and charging others who seek to profit by fixing games. Behind every bet is a record of the transaction, a piece of data that we, along with our partners, are continuing to exploit to identify anomalies which may be indicators of similar behavior. This approach is enhanced by our partnerships with governing bodies and with regulatory and private sector partners who will continue to leverage to hold those to account and put an end to this conduct. Today's arrests and indictments would not have been possible without the tireless efforts of the employees of the FBI, the agents, the analysts, the professional staff, whose expertise, persistence, and commitment to justice over the past 2 years were the driving force behind this investigation. We're also grateful for the close coordination of the United States Attorney's Office, the support of our fellow FBI field offices, each of whom played a critical role in bringing this case together. This is a team sport. Defending against corruption relies on the awareness and action of all participants, both on the sidelines and on the court. Let each of us standing here today, side by side, serve as a clear warning to professional and collegiate athletes and to anyone who seeks to manipulate them that there is nowhere to hide. The short-term gain will never be worth the long-term loss. The consequences are real: federal criminal charges, permanent damage to careers, and lasting harm to reputations. These are the shots that no athletes should take. Thank you.
As the United States Attorney, I present this case in that capacity, but I do have to say that the true credit belongs to the line FBI agents and the two gentlemen beside me. They're the ones who built this case. It took a great degree of effort, grit, determination, the type of values that you would see in sports. I'm glad you said this is a team sport, because it is. And this case is a reflection of that and all the values that we expect from our sports institutions. A tremendous amount of credit has to go to the FBI for their diligent and zealous construction of such an immense and impactful case that spanned the country. It's the type of cases that we want to do, and it's really a great reflection of the merit, the excellence of the agents who built it. As I said, this is the corruption of college sports. There is a substantial interest, public interest, in the integrity of sports. A great value of American society is a free, fair, and level playing field. That's why we have antitrust laws to protect competition and commerce. We have insider trading laws to protect the integrity and a level playing field in securities markets. And that's why we have the Sports Bribery Act to protect the integrity of collegiate sports. Sports in many ways are a microcosm, a metaphor for American society and our values. It means something a great deal to us. And when criminals rig the outcome of games for the purpose to lose, rather than to win, we all lose. And that's why we're here today. This is a significant case. I'll take some questions in a moment. Before I do, I want to say the investigation is ongoing. As you can imagine, this is an extensive, significant, ongoing case. We will continue to investigate. I encourage everyone out there who has information about sports wagering in the NCAA or any professional sports, who have information about this case or similar schemes, to come forward and give Special Agent in charge Wayne Jacobs a call and the U.S. Attorney's Office a call so we can continue this fight. With that, I'm happy to take a few questions about this case. Yes, ma'am.
Are these men in custody, and what would charges like these fetch if we got to sentencing, as well as what does restitution look like?
Some are in custody, some are not. It varies by defendant. As I mentioned, there's 26 defendants. Look, the sports bribery charge carries a maximum penalty of 5 years. The fraud statutes carry a maximum penalty of 20 years. When you ask what type of penalties will it fetch, it depends on a calculus of sentencing guidelines, all sorts of different factors. I couldn't speculate on that now. It's going to vary by defendant, the offense conduct, the amount of loss, all that weighs into this. You would expect in a case like this, the leaders and orchestrators of the scheme would face significantly more imprisonment than, individuals who had a very discrete role or a minor role. Yes, sir.
David, prior to today, the 1951 scandal involving CCNY is known as the most infamous scheme in college basketball history. How do you view this in the lens of that case? Is today's case even more pervasive in your view?
It's tough to compare them. I don't know the exact scope of this case. I'm just speaking extemporaneously now, but I would imagine it rivals it. I mean, this is a pretty pervasive corruption scheme. As I mentioned, we're talking about dozens of games, athletes, 17 teams. I do view it as historic for that reason. Yes?
Could you pull out one example from the indictment of the LaSalle-St. Bonaventure game? It looks like the LaSalle players refused to cooperate. That's what I take from the...
So there were times, as we allege in the indictment, in which there was an attempted fix of the game. And for various reasons, either because the players either did not cooperate or they were actually cooperating but were unsuccessful, the game was not actually, did not have the outcome that the organizers or leaders hoped they would. There's 9 other players on the court. there's coaches, and there's referees. Now, in basketball, one player could substantially influence a game in ways that in other sports you cannot. But it's not a guarantee. But by and large, the scheme was very successful. Yes, sir.
Just to follow up on her question, just because obviously we're caring about the Philadelphia tie here for a bunch of us here.
Yeah.
With the LaSalle game, did those players, I know you said sometimes they attempted to fix, did the players not take the money, or did they take the money and it wasn't successful? If you could speak to that.
I'm just going to refer you to the indictment on that. Look, in terms of the Philadelphia ties, I will say this. The case originated here. One of the defendants resides in this district. But more importantly, this is a nationally significant case with impact across districts, across offices, across jurisdictions and states. And our office wants to do these cases because they maximize the impact on public welfare. And in a case like this, of this complexion and gravity, all sorts of offices could bring those cases. It's a testament to the excellence of the FBI agents and these two gentlemen that our office brought it. And as I've said before, these are the type of cases our office wants to do, and we hope there'll be more to come on this score. Yes?
Two questions here real quick. The players that were caught, are they still in school? Have they been drafted by the pros? Do you have any idea what's going on?
It depends. You know, it's tough to generalize when you ask questions about players. Some are professional basketball players in other leagues. Some are still in school. Yes, sir.
Just a two-pronged thing. One, first of all, 5 of the players and I believe it's only Blakely were charged elsewhere. Why was that the case? And then secondly, obviously 2 of the defendants that you charged were also charged in the Eastern District of New York for NBA poker gambling-related cases. The 2 offices work together? Do you see a relationship between your investigation and theirs?
Let me address the first question first. You said they're charged elsewhere. Do you mean in a separate charging instrument?
The indictment says charged elsewhere.
Yes. So as I point out, there are indictments and related filings in this case. The indictment unsealed today is not the only charging document. To address your second question about the ED&Y case, there is a relationship between the 2 cases. Yes, we have been in coordination with the U.S. Attorney's Office and the Eastern District of New York. I'm glad you asked this question because I do think it's helpful to distinguish this case from that one. There are defendants in common, but fundamentally this is a different criminal scheme. If you read the Eastern District of New York indictment, it is fundamentally an insider trading case with a complexion of sports. The individuals in that case were making wagers on insider information, for example, injuries, to make money based on insider information, right? But there is a really important difference between wagering on predicted outcomes on insider information and wagering on determined outcomes, outcomes that you control. The former is a crime against sports betting markets. The latter is a crime against the sport itself. And that's what this case is about. That's what makes it different, in my opinion, worse. Yes?
2 questions. One, any connection to the Major League Baseball pitchers that are being investigated for?
Not that I'm aware of.
And then, I know you say millions of dollars. Any ballpark figure on how much these guys made?
Millions of dollars. Investigation is ongoing. You know, I don't want to give you a number because it could change a week from now as we develop evidence. Yes, sir.
What do you think it says about sports or society that these types of gambling investigations are becoming significantly more common?
I'm a prosecutor, you know, not a policymaker. I can't speak to that. You know, he mentioned the 1951 case. There have been a spate of these gambling cases recently. Now, I will say that the evidence in this case shows that the monetization of college athletics and athletics generally through the liberalization and proliferation of sports betting markets, as well as the normalization of compensation athletics, furthered the enterprise in this case. But it's complicated, right? I mean, as we allege in the indictment, you know, certain players were targeted because they were somewhat missing out on NIL money. And this was being done, they were being targeted so they could supplement their NIL compensation, you know. Whether or not they would have done or not done a particular crime based on whether other athletes are being paid or themselves, I don't know. Again, that's the question for policymakers to answer. What I will say is this. You know, we're not going to sit here on the sidelines while this regulatory landscape figures itself out. You know, the Department of Justice is going to step in. You know, as Deputy Director Bailey said, as Special Agent in Charge James said, we're going to step in to combat the corruption of this sport. Regulators and policymakers, I'm sure, will have to adapt to this, and everyone's figuring this out. I'm a sports fan. We're all figuring out this landscape. But we're going to act to make sure that this doesn't happen. Yes?
Last question I had was, the people that actually legitimately bet and legitimately lost, there's no recourse for them. They've lost their money.
I have no idea. I mean, that's not our decision to make. If you're talking about whether the sports books will refund their money, that's a question for them. I will say that the victims in this case span every sector of American life. Deputy Director Bailey just mentioned the fans, right? You also have the honest athletes, the teammates of these players who are working their tail off. I'll speak personally for a moment. I'm a college athlete. Jerome's a college basketball player. We all wake up every day to hard work with a team. You mentioned the team sport as a collective. Sports taught me everything that I know. Every good quality I have is from sports. Hard work, adversity, learning how to lose. This totally flies in the face of all of that. And we lose a lot. Everyone is victimized by this case. It's not just the people who lost money on the sports betting games. That's what I hope I would convey to you, is to think of the victims in this case in a far more broad way. Yes, sir.
Could you elaborate at all more on how these guys were so seemingly able to access so many players so easily?
Yeah, I think, again, that is a critical part of the scheme. I'm glad you asked that question. Because the leaders of this conspiracy, we allege, were successful because of their connections in the college basketball world. And it varied, both formally and informally. They were players, they were recruiters, they were trainers. Defendant by defendant, again, I would just refer you to the indictment. One more question, yes?
How did you first get knowledge of the scheme? Obviously, the indictment says Chinese basketball games.
I'm not going to answer that question. I'm not going to divulge sources and methods. What I will say again is repeat, my ask to everyone, if you have information about this scheme or others, to please pick up the phone and give us a call. Thank you, everyone, for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you. We're good. Thanks.
U.S. Attorney in Philadelphia outlining some of what we have learned from the unsealed indictment into this alleged bribery and game-fixing scheme involving the NCAA and the Chinese Basketball Association. You can see the names of the defendants who were charged and some of their roles there. We know this involved NCAA players, alumni, also professional sports bettors. According to the prosecutors, that they say these actions poisoned the spirit of the game, something that went on, they allege, for 3 years. Involved 17 NCAA programs and 29 games that were either fixed or attempted to be fixed. We'll continue to follow up on this story today, but obviously a big breaking news story as we see another gambling and bribery scheme, this time sweeping up players in the NCAA that, as you heard from the prosecutor there, they were specifically, the people involved in this scheme were specifically targeting players that they said didn't believe they were getting all the NIL money that they were due. You can see Isaiah Adams there from Tampa, Florida, one of the defendants charged, Carlos Hart from Miami. So I see two Florida residents there on the defendants list. You can see their names, the schools they played for, the charges that they are facing. I also see, let me pull down that super because I'm seeing someone there from Kissimmee. That would be Antonio Blakeney, who we know was named in this from Kissimmee. So obviously a big story here. I think they said 26 total defendants that they are tracking in this. And we'll try to get our hands on that indictment as well to get some more details about this. But obviously a big story, something we're going to be following and continuing to hear more about as it develops. Right now, we are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back in to Fox 35 News Plus. This is State CFO Blaise Ngolia speaking with a number of law enforcement behind him. You see Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd, Hernando County Sheriff Al Nienhuis behind him. He's been awarding grants for immigration enforcement. Let's go ahead and listen in as he now takes questions from reporters.
No illegal immigrants that do not have authorization to be in the United States to work legally are not able to work legally. And that's making sure that you have every person going through an E-Verify process and big disincentives and penalties for the companies that hire them.
So
Next.
that company is one that should be looked into?
That is a blanket statement for everyone and anything that happens in this country. That my stance on that is not going to change situation to situation. Next question. Yes, ma'am.
This question is for Sheriff Grady Judd. Since participating in the 287 Jeep program, how many undocumented immigrants have been detained or transferred to ICE?
Well, I don't call them undocumented immigrants. I call them illegal immigrants because that's what they are. The reason they're not documented is they're not legal, okay? They're illegal immigrants. 74% of the illegal immigrants that we've detained have had criminal charges against them, okay? The other 26% were riding with them, okay? So when we stop a car, we run a warrants check on everybody in the car. When there's a call for service, we run a warrants check on the victim, the suspect, and all the witnesses, okay? We call that 26% collateral. But 3 out of 4 of them have committed another criminal charge. Now think about that for a second. They couldn't commit that crime if they weren't here, but they did. So now you're having to take your taxpayer money and my taxpayer money and pay for the prosecution of those folks, pay for the public defender that defends them, pay for the jail and the prison sentence depending on what the charges are. So and the majority of the 26% that was left out of the 74% of them had criminal charges. They were what we call collaterals, and most of them were with the person committing the crime, and that's the numbers that we have so far, and those. So how many illegal immigrants have we arrested this year? We've arrested 557 that have criminal charges as well as they're here illegally. That's just this year. But here's the thing and let me focus on this. And I know on social media people have already tuned out, but you need to tune back in and listen to this. The reason that you see ICE flooding into Minnesota and Minneapolis and into Los Angeles, into these big cities, is because they refuse to turn over the illegal immigrants who are being arrested by the local police department where there's outstanding ICE warrants. If they would have simply, instead of fighting back and pushing back against the federal government, instead of violating the federal law, which is what these leaders have done there, if they just said, look, ICE, we don't want our police actively engaged in ICE enforcement, but you can come in our jails, and as we make arrests, you can go through your evaluation process and remove those criminals that are committing crime against the citizens of the United States and against each other. You can remove them. Then they wouldn't be flooding these big blue areas with all of these ICE agents. So it's the policy and the laws that the California and the Illinois and the Minnesota and the Oregons and the Portlands and the city, it's the laws that they've passed that's created the environment for ICE to have to go in there and do it all on their own. And it puts the ICE agents at additional risk. The local law enforcement officers have already taken the risk to arrest these people. They're in custody. They're locked up. They're in a county lockup or a city lockup someplace, or a state lockup for their causes. But yet they're telling the city, the county, or the state prison system, turn these illegals that have committed crime back out into the community on our people. And so if ICE can't get help from the state and the local folks, then they have to send more resources in order to do the job. All of this could have been avoided. All of this could have been. You don't see that happening in Florida. You don't see ICE sending 1,000 people down here to go into Miami or Jacksonville or Tampa or Orlando or our big metro areas. You don't see that. You know why? Because we're cooperating. And this same environment could be in every one of those states if the state had cooperated. But instead, you've elected a bunch of people there, governors, primarily, House and Senate members, mayors, city commissioners, county commissioners, that said, hey, we're going to let these criminals that are here illegally committing crime against the people of the state of California or Minnesota or wherever, we're going to allow them to come back out into the community and commit more crime against you rather than turn them over to our federal partners. That's why you're seeing all this scrum all over the nation. That's why you're seeing it. If they were cooperating like Florida was cooperating, there would not be the protest, there would not be the conflict, people wouldn't be angry, they wouldn't be going to businesses because they would be caught up like they are in Florida when they're committing crime and we turn them over to ICE. They're already caught and they're out of the country. That's why you're seeing this. It's created by the law and the practice and the policy of the elected officials at the state level, the county level, and the city level, telling them to oppose federal law. Now, why in the world you want those people in those positions that think it's all right to oppose the law, that think more of the criminals than they do the suspects? I don't know. That's why we call this the free state of Florida, because we're for the people. They're for the criminals.
And Sheriff, what's the percentage of deputies that have been deputized to enforce these immigration?
We have, they're called DIOs. Every deputy can detain and report to ICE, okay? We've got approximately 250 that have got the specific ICE training so that they understand the nuances of the ICE laws. But still, whether you're DIO trained or not, we can't enforce the law. We just have the tools to easily recognize that in addition to the databases, this person's illegal. Then we report them to ICE, and ICE tells us hold or don't hold. So all we're doing is helping ICE. All we're doing is helping our colleagues that are enforcing federal law. And that's why if you don't like any of this, and go to your Congress people, your senators and your House members, and get the law changed. These other states are defying the law, the rule of law, and that's the first step toward anarchy. I mean, we all studied that in civics. Oh, wait a minute, they don't do civics classes anymore. Anyway, in a minute I could get to preaching. But Jesus loves you, you know what I'm saying? Amen. Yes, ma'am.
Sheriff, you mentioned more than 500 illegal immigrants were detained. Was that this year or?
This year, 557 on local charges. They committed a violation of law in Florida and they were illegal. Okay?
I'm not sure if it was said already, but what's the total amount of reimbursement money that was given?
I'm sorry, say that again?
I'm not sure if it was said already, but what's the total amount of reimbursement money that was given?
We can get that.
They'll get
We
that
can
for you.
get that. Sydney in the back can get you
I
that.
understand that Sarasota County now has ICE actually in the county jail. Do you have that here?
Yes, we have ICE agents that work in the jail, and they do that work for us. When they're not there, because they're not there 24/7, then what we do, we have people trained there that contact ICE call centers. I'm telling you, folks, they're trying to demonize ICE. We work with them hand in glove every day. They are wonderful, dedicated, hardworking law enforcement officers, and they're not getting crap thrown at them in the state of Florida. They're not ginning up people that are not happy in the state of Florida because we're not putting them in that position in the state of Florida. Pick your state where they don't cooperate with ICE. The state governors and mayors and legislators are creating this conflict and this assault on our ICE agents because they won't support the federal law.
Sheriff, there's been reports and videos circulating showing ICE officers in Minnesota and other places going after people who are just shooting video of them or protesting and using tear gas on protesters and journalists. Do you have concerns about any tactics that the ICE officers are using?
I'm not sure there's anything wrong with spraying journalists with tear gas, is there? Just kidding. You can't tell from an individual video clip of what's happening. And because, for example, the shooting last week, right? If you notice, that lady's car was sideways in the road. Well, why was her car parked sideways in the road? Well, she was obstructing them during the performance of their job. So when you see a video clip here or a cell phone clip there, that doesn't tell the story at all. But I can assure you of this, that the protocols and what law enforcement officers are taught, hey, if you're standing on the sidewalks protesting, taking videos, that's cool, that's good. But if we're in an enforcement action and you're down in our face obstructing us from doing our job, that's a violation of law. But you can't look at individual clips and discern exactly what's happened because you have to do the before and after. I've got to tell you, when you get that many people in a scrum at one time, mistakes can happen. Mistakes can happen. But you had a good question there to it. You said, well, they're spraying chemical agent on reporters. My goodness. We don't do that here. We love our reporters.
CFO,
Yes.
so the proposed legislation that's been filed, what's the next step?
So the legislation has been filed. Legislative session started on Tuesday. So the next step is meeting with the Senate President, meeting with the Speaker of the House, meeting with the chairs, and make sure that it moves through the committee process. What we have filed may not necessarily be the end that gets signed into law, but we're going to make sure, no matter what, that what we do is going to be the toughest that it possibly can on cracking down on illegal immigration. I think that we, in the state of Florida, need to view illegal immigration reform is something that we do on a yearly basis. The same way, after every election cycle, we normally offer an election security bill to find out what the bad actors did in the last election, and we make sure that it doesn't happen in the next election. I think that an immigration enforcement bill should be standard fare every year in the legislature, because no matter what law we put on the books, you are going to have the nefarious actors try to work against those laws to circumvent the laws to effectuate more illegal immigration. I do want to piggyback off of one of the comments that the sheriff that made in talking about sanctuary policies. Sanctuary policies need to go in the United States, and he's not wrong. Sheriff Judd is 1,000% right. You will have an illegal immigrant commit a crime, let's say in Oregon, and they're an illegal immigrant, and sometimes these crimes are heinous. And in years past, under previous administrations, they would call ICE and ask them to deport, and they wouldn't, and they would eventually wind up in, say, like Washington State, Seattle, another sanctuary jurisdiction, only to find out that that same criminal illegal alien committed another crime there, and it was the sanctuary policy that attracted them there. The easiest way to get rid of sanctuary policies is maybe we should start charging the politicians with crimes that vote for the sanctuary policies and make them accessories to whatever crimes are committed by illegal immigrants in those jurisdictions, because to me they're absolutely complicit in the crime, because it never should have happened in the first place but for those sanctuary policies, but for some politician voting thinking that that's okay.
The legislation you mentioned, is that one particular bill or multiple bills? And do you have the number?
So there are a couple of different bills moving through the legislature. Senator Martin and Representative Bernie Jacques, I believe, are carrying the large immigration proposals. There's one proposal that is going to set the E-Verify threshold at 0, which I wholeheartedly agree with. And then they are both carrying the large piece of immigration enforcement proposal that we have drafted out of our office. Any other questions? Guys, thank you for coming. God bless you guys. God bless the great state of Florida. Thank you, guys.
CFO in Golia, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd. You see Hernando County Sheriff there. We know the Pasco County Sheriff's there. A number of other law enforcement officials at that news conference where they were just where they spoke for about an hour and 20 minutes. Took some questions as well. We know earlier on they were handing out some immigration enforcement grants. That legislation that the CFO was talking about at the end there would be an illegal immigration enforcement bill. One of the things it would do would prohibit all commercial driving license, pre-licensing instruction, testing, and procedures from being given in any language other than English. Require companies to use E-Verify to submit a workers' compensation claim, a number of other things to crack down on that. Right now we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, here we are, mid-January, and we are talking cold and the potential for snow.
The crazy thing about this, it's uncanny how cyclical weather can be. It was exactly a year ago from next week that we had that incredible winter storm in the Panhandle.
Yeah.
The most snow Florida's ever recorded. and it may happen again. Not to that capacity, but snow in Florida, which is itself, it's rare. I mean, it's not every year you're going to see flakes flying even on the Panhandle, but it looks like it could happen again. And this is why. We've had an Arctic cold front move through. We're not going to see anything like that here in Orlando or in Central Florida, but it's possible on Sunday with a second push of cold air that we get some snow. I'll show you that, don't worry. We've got temperatures today that are going to be pretty much plateauing at about 57 or 58 for our temperature through the day. And then as we push through the evening, temperatures will fall fast, 44 by 9 o'clock. And down to freezing by daybreak. So tomorrow morning is the Fox 35 Storm Team alert for the cold for a widespread freeze expected. Wind chills in the 20s. The actual lows north of Orlando will be in the upper 20s. Near Orlando, 32, and in the city itself, probably about 33, 34, so just above freezing. But cold enough to really shock the tropical plants out there. South of Orlando, it could freeze if you're in the rural areas or frost. It's going to be an interesting setup because north of Orlando, the wind is going to drop off to almost dead calm overnight once the Arctic air's moved in, and that'll allow for what's called radiational cooling. And so that'll allow the temperature to drop even more than the air mass would normally allow. And what I mean by that is south of Orlando it's going to be windy, and so this will be a wind-driven cold. You're going to have a wind chill factor. But regardless, whether it's 32 or 36 where you are, the wind is going to make it feel like it's in the 20s. That said, with radiational cooling, we might see temperatures north of Ocala in the upper teens and low 20s. So this is a legit hard freeze that if you haven't winterized things can break pipes, not to mention plants, and don't forget pets and stuff like that. The forecast low in Ocala is 27, but that's assuming there's a breeze of like 3 to 5 miles an hour. It's going to make it feel like it's in the low to mid 20s. If the wind drops off, dew points will be in the upper teens. That could theoretically allow the temperature to drop to the upper teens. I expect to see that in places like Denellen in far western Marion County, which is often protected from the breeze. So this is going to be a legitimate cold blast, not like a fake Florida cold blast, but like actually real cold. And for Florida, we're not used to it, so not only will it be uncomfortable, but it could be dangerous if you're not dressed appropriately. Wind chills will be in the 20s region-wide tomorrow morning. It's going to be nasty, but it's not going to be like really windy. It's just going to be breezy. All right. A second reinforcing shot of cool air comes in on Sunday. This is a second front, but the difference with this one is that low pressure is going to develop along that front, which means that moisture is going to be pulled in from the Atlantic and forced into the colder air to the west. So the blue on the map, the light blue is the temperature being cold. You see around Nashville and Jackson and Memphis, but the darker blue is a depiction of snow, future snow. And it looks like there will be a stripe in the Panhandle and into Alabama and Georgia where we could see snow falling. The green would be rain. But everything has to come together for this to happen. Number one, the low pressure has to form along the front, which it might not. If it doesn't, no snow. If low pressure forms and is a little stronger than forecast, we get a little bit more snow. So there's a lot of what ifs. Either way, reinforcing shot of even more cold air comes in for early next week. So we start off the work week like we will tomorrow on the cold side. And how much snow are we talking about? I mean, beyond tonight's cold weather, which will have no snow associated with it. This is now, again, for the Sunday cold blast. We could see anywhere from a coating in the Panhandle to as much as an inch or so around or north of Tallahassee along I-10. And depending on how this all evolves, we could see 1 to 3, maybe 4 or 5 inches of snow in the low country of South Carolina or Georgia. There are so many what ifs, but it's fun to look ahead. It is Thursday. We still have Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday. So we're about 3 days away. So we're getting closer to the time where we could start speculating about snowfall totals. To talk about snow in the South is always a novelty and definitely unusual. Now, with the cold surge of air tomorrow and all the things we've talked about, we're calling it a Fox 35 Storm Team alert for the cold. We issue alerts for severe weather, for all kinds of impacts. This is for the cold. The wind chill is going to be pretty rough for the kids at the bus stop tomorrow. Definitely not a day for a sweatshirt. You want the big jacket. We briefly warm things up into the 60s on Saturday, the mid-60s at that, feeling like springtime, and then we're back to the Arctic plunge for a day or two for early next week before a bigger warm-up comes our way. So, Garrett, it's funny, Florida cold hits fast, and it only takes a few hours for it to do damage for our tropical plants. And I'm not as concerned about, like, pipes in Orlando and even Sanford, because if it only briefly dips to freezing, that's okay. It's just like if you're in Gainesville and Ocala and it's in the teens for, like, 6 hours straight, that's when you get that hard freeze.
Mm-hmm. So some things to watch out for.
Yes.
Like you said, dig out those big jackets. What's a big
jacket?
What's a big jacket?
It's like a big puffy jacket. The big jackets, but you're right.
We have those around here.
Some I've heard about them. It's sort of like the Sasquatch. You know, there's rumors of big jackets existing, but I don't know if I've seen one in a while.
Well, we're gonna need one this weekend, though. That's for sure.
That's for sure.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett. Stay warm.
We're gonna take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look right now on the floor of the Florida House of Representatives, where a debate is underway about a committee substitute for House Bill 289. That's a civil liability for the wrongful death of an unborn child. That is just one of several bills that are on the special order calendar for today and could be taken up and voted on. One of the other bills that we are tracking is House Bill 133 that was filed by Representative Soroy that would lower the minimum age for the purchase of firearms from 21 to 18. Essentially, that would allow 18-year-olds to buy long guns, such as rifles and shotguns, from federally licensed firearm dealers. And it would also allow 18-year-olds to buy handguns from private sellers, not from licensed dealers, but from private sellers. This is a bill that we have seen come up before. It is expected to be discussed on the floor of the House coming up in just a little bit. But ahead of that, we know a number of activists and advocacy groups are speaking out against that bill because of their concerns about it. Those include groups like March for Our Lives and Newtown Action Alliance talking about their concerns with it. They're also launching a mobile billboard that's driving around Tallahassee today to try to prevent the House from passing that, and also urge those in the Senate not to file a companion bill as well. So many of those advocates held a virtual news conference just a little bit ago where they talked about their concerns about that House bill that would lower the purchase age for firearms from 21 to 18. This was just a little bit ago.
The thought of allowing high school students to legally purchase long guns, including AR-15 style rifles, in a state that has already adopted permitless open carry should terrify parents and educators across our state and also across our nation. HB 133 represents an effort that we are seeing nationwide to roll back gun safety laws that have proven effective at saving lives. It is shameful that at a time when gun violence remains the leading cause of death for young people nationwide, the firearm industry, facing declining sales after saturating the adult market, is pushing to expand their customer base by normalizing gun access earlier and earlier, putting more guns in even younger hands, even if that means putting profits ahead of public safety. Like you said, Jackie, public opinion is clear. 80% of Florida voters oppose lowering the age to purchase firearm to 18, and repealing Parkland reforms defies the will of the public. It ignores the lessons of tragedy. It betrays the courage of the survivors like you and other students who fought for change. More guns in younger hands means more shootings in our schools, in our cars, our malls, movie theaters, and our homes. So our Florida lawmakers have a choice to make. They can choose to move forward, protecting our children and our communities and hard-won progress, or they can needlessly roll back sensible safeguards. Their decision will echo far beyond our state borders, and the rest of the country is watching. And I'll hand it back over to you, Jackie.
Thank you, Angela, for helping situate HB 133 within this broader national effort to roll back gun safety protections. Next, we want to talk about what this bill means in practice and not in theory. Community violence intervention work is focused on reducing risk, stabilizing communities, and preventing harm before it happens. And policies that expand access to firearms for younger people directly undermine that work. And to speak to those realities, I'm honored to introduce Freddie Barton, a community violence intervention practitioner at Safe and Sound Hillsborough. Freddie, thank you for joining us and for the work you do every day to keep people safe.
Thank you, Jacqueline, and thank you everyone for being here. I want to talk and plead to everyone that's watching and everyone that will see this or hear, and especially to our policymakers, but I don't want to address them as policymakers. I want to address them as parents. Regardless of your party affiliation, regardless of where you live, every parent wants their child to be safe. Every parent wants a positive future for their child. Every parent has a child that has a child knows that sometimes he or she may make mistakes down the path. And we have to work hard as parents to make sure that our youth understand that their mistakes don't define them and that they have a possible pathway forward. In our work, we work with young individuals who have made the unfortunate decision to pick up a firearm or be around a firearm in the commission of some type of criminal offense. And we work with them for 6 months and we monitor them for an additional 6 months and let them understand the long-term consequences of making such decisions and participating in acts around gun violence. Unfortunately, we have served and worked with over 400 young people just within the last 2 years, as young as 11 years of age, that thought it was okay to get a firearm. And I want to echo some of the words from one of the youth that speaks directly to why we're here. He said, "You need to understand that you cannot fix this problem unless you remove the problem of guns and the way that we get our hands on them." He said, "We will always have the demand. It's supply and demand. The demand is there. You have to limit the supply." This was from a 12-year-old student in our Youth Gun Offender program. House Bill 133 addresses expanding the ability to provide supply. Science tells us that our brains aren't fully developed until the age of 25 and now upwards to 30. I think we can all agree that sometimes we see individuals over the age of 30 whose brains aren't probably fully developed. And so we cannot expect our young people to know the long-term consequences of owning a firearm at the age of 18. We need to band together and let individuals know that no young person should have access to a firearm at the age of 18. We need to keep the law the way that it is and focus more on prevention-based work. We cannot talk about addressing gun violence without addressing mental wellness. And so instead of House Bill 133 focusing on allowing the age to go down, let's talk about increasing access to services so that by age 21, maybe our brains are able to understand the long-term consequences of owning and possessing a firearm. In closing, our last plea is to, once again, our parents. We have to start having conversations with our young people. We have to make sure that if you are a firearm owner, be a responsible one. Please lock them up. Let's stop leaving them in vehicles. Let's have conversations with our young people and let them know life is not a video game. You do not respawn. And if you happen to be in a situation where you pick up a firearm, understand that once that trigger is pulled, there is no coming back. We need to band together and make sure that this bill is done the right way. No young person should have access to a firearm at the age of 18.
Thank you so much, Freddie, for your work and for your important words today. And finally, it is essential that we hear directly from young people, young students in the state of Florida. This bill would most directly affect them. Young people are told that they are too young to drink, too young to rent a car, too young to be trusted with many responsibilities, and yet House Bill 133 would allow them to purchase deadly firearms. And to share that perspective, I'm honored to introduce Andres Cubillos, an FSU student. Andres, thank you for your leadership and for being here today.
Yes. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Andres Cubillos. I am a graduate student here at Florida State University. And I am really grateful to be here to give the student perspective on this issue. For my entire life, I have been a student. My school has always been one of my favorite places to be it in elementary school, middle school, high school, or college now today. Each year that has gone by, these shootings have been getting closer and closer to me and to the people that I love. I was in elementary school, 10 years old, in 2012 when the Sandy Hook massacre happened, leaving over 26 people dead in a school that was meant to be their safe place. I was in middle school in Orlando, Florida, when the Pulse nightclub shooting happened. This was one of the first times that I had ever seen a mass shooting happening in my community, not even 30 minutes away from my house. I was in high school when the Parkland shooting happened, leaving students my age who lost their life. I got to see students who I shared many things in common with, and it was a horrible experience to see high schoolers be impacted in this kind of way. And finally, at FSU last year was the first time that my campus was impacted by gun violence. It is not a good feeling to see your friends, your classmates, your teachers horrified by something that is happening in a place that you love so much. Every single day, there are hundreds of students that pass through our student union, wondering now if they'll be safe here on our campus. With each passing year, the Marjory Stoneman Douglas Public Safety Act is weakened, and HB 133 is just another example of how our state legislator is looking to weaken our community safety. This bill would allow 18-year-olds to purchase firearms at a time in their life when people are the most emotionally unstable or are finding a new turning point in their life, when they're not able to rent cars or drink alcohol. It's simply not smart to allow people this age to purchase firearms. Students, teachers, and community members all across the state have been sharing their voices in unison, asking that this bill not be passed. With every year that is introduced, hundreds of community members come to the Tallahassee State Capitol, or come to the Florida State Capitol to make their voice heard on this issue. We are not apathetic. Our communities have been impacted by this directly. In the aftermath of every shooting, we are here in Tallahassee begging our state legislators to make our communities safer, asking for the threat of gun violence to be a priority in everything that we do. The safety of our communities is in our hands, and so we have to be willing to look past our partisan agendas and recognize that bills like HB 133 do not make our communities safer, it makes them more vulnerable. And so I urge our state legislators to reject HB 133 and to listen to the voices of Floridians across the state, especially student voices who have been impacted by this issue the most. And I'll pass it back to you, Jackie. Thank you.
Thank you, Andres, and thank you to all of our speakers for your clarity and leadership. And what you heard today reflects a simple truth. Lowering the firearm purchasing age will not make Florida safer. It will increase risk. It will put more young people in harm's way, more Floridians in harm's way, and it will reverse a policy that was enacted in direct response to tragedy and proven to save lives. We know that firearm suicides among minors increased by roughly 40% between 2014 and 2023. We know that young people are at an elevated risk of harm to themselves and others, particularly during late adolescence and early adulthood. And so laws that impose that 21 plus minimum age requirement are designed to reflect those realities. They're not about punishment, they're just about protection and understanding the facts. And for the Florida legislature to move forward with House Bill 133, especially after years of continued gun violence and recent shootings in the state, it's devastating. It is a rejection of evidence. It is a rejection of survivors, a rejection of victims, and a rejection of the very progress that lawmakers once acknowledged was necessary. We urge Florida lawmakers to reject House Bill 133. And this message is not staying confined to this press conference. Today, March for Our Lives and a coalition of national and state-based gun violence prevention organizations are circulating mobile billboards throughout Tallahassee with a very simple message. Parkland learned this the hard way. Do not reverse the age limit to buy a gun. Keep 21 plus.
So that was from that virtual news conference earlier today. Again, we do expect the House to take that bill up coming up a little bit later. One of the things that that's the perspectives we heard from those against it. Several proponents of this, one of the arguments they make is that if you're 18, 19, or 20, you can already are allowed to own a long gun if it's given to you. You just can't purchase it. So that's one of the reasons they say, if you can already own one, then why not lower that age as well, just to make you able to purchase it. So we'll be watching for that debate coming up in just a little bit. We're also continuing to hear more debate about House Bill 289, a committee substitute for that. This is the bill about a civil liability for the wrongful death of an unborn child. We are going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back with more after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now at the White House, where we do expect a White House press briefing coming up around 1 o'clock with Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt expected to speak and brief reporters coming on a day where just a few hours ago, the President of the United States threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act to send in troops to Minnesota to clear things up as protests and reactions continue to ICE agents who are enforcing illegal immigration laws and obviously all in the aftermath of the shooting last week, another shooting involving ICE last night. Let me go ahead and show you the president's post on Truth Social saying, if the corrupt politicians of Minnesota don't obey the law and stop the professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE who are only trying to do their job, I will institute the Insurrection Act, which many presidents have done before me, and quickly put an end to the travesty that is taking place in that once great state. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So again, I'm sure the White House press secretary will be asked about that at that upcoming briefing. Again, that's scheduled for around 1 o'clock, and we will bring that to you live when it does begin. Governor Ron DeSantis was in Jacksonville earlier today talking about some new treatments, cancer programs, including photon therapy. He was at the Mayo Clinic in Jacksonville, joined by his wife, First Lady of Florida, Casey DeSantis, herself a cancer survivor, speaking at a news conference where they talked about the importance of these things. The placard, as you're going to see, said Florida leads in cancer treatment. And here's just a little bit of what the governor had to say earlier today.
You want to come up and talk a little bit more about what this means? It's always great to say, hey, we got this, here's money for cancer research, but it's like, okay, well, hopefully that does good, right? You know, what do you have on the back end of that? And so we've done a lot of different things, creating a lot of different programs, a lot of different funding sources, whether it was the Cancer Connect Collaborative Incubator within the Department of Health to really move the ball forward, whether it was the Innovation Fund, all these things, Casey DeSantis Research Project. There's a lot of things that have been done in really historic way to make a difference. And so 2025 budget year, $218 million to the various cancer initiatives are in current year budget. And that's way more than has ever been done in the state of Florida. And honestly, it's probably way more than has ever been done in any state, you know, quite frankly, around the United States. So we've done over $1 billion just in my tenure as governor for cancer research and cancer programs. So I think most people know about 6 months ago, Mayo Clinic opened a 228,000 square foot Duane family building here, and that's where we're standing in Jacksonville, which is a major milestone for cancer care in Florida and across the country. And we are here today with the backdrop of all the heavy artillery you see for treating cancer to announce the next major step forward. Mayo Clinic is now launching the technology for the first carbon ion therapy program anywhere in the United States of America. And in fact, it'll be the only carbon ion therapy program in the entire Western Hemisphere. So this is newer technology. Japan has really embraced it. Mayo's the first one in the United States. You know, this requires capital investment. I mean, you see here, we were looking at some of the rooms where people can go, they can get the proton or the carbon ion, and that's the vision. But it's like, you look at where the patient's going to be, then they take you behind the kind of the wall. Massive things. I mean, and they work with Hitachi to be able to get this done. So, you know, we have done with Mayo Clinic for all our cancer initiatives since I've been governor, it's been close close to $100 million that Mayo has received in various programs, and towards this carbon ion therapy, about $30 million of our program funds contributed to where we are today. So there's a lot of excitement about what this could mean for the treatment of cancer. It's a very, I'll let Kent talk a little. He's a little bit more fluent in it than me, and I don't want to get any things wrong. Oh, you said this, you said that. The reality is this is probably would be considered the most advanced form of radiation treatment anywhere in the world. It has been used, I think, very effectively in Japan. The kind of the target is some of the most aggressive, hard to treat, and treatment-resistant cancers, especially those that don't respond well to traditional radiation. And so this is the type of capability that is being unleashed here in Florida. Mayo Clinic is one of the NCI designated comprehensive cancer center campuses in Florida, of course. And, you know, Mayo, and I asked the question, I was like, well, you know, Mayo Clinic originated in Rochester, Minnesota, right? And they've got an Arizona campus. You know, why didn't they just do it in Rochester? And basically it was like, you know, this is where the action is. This is their biggest growing footprint of any place that they have. You know, their Rochester grows, but they're growing way more in Florida. And I've just, in my travels over the years, when people find out that, you know, we lived in Ponte Vedra Beach before moving to Tallahassee for governor, the number of people, I mean, okay, they know golf and Ponte Vedra and TPC, but like the number of people that have said, oh yeah, we stayed there, you know, when my mother had to go to Mayo, or my husband, or this or that. People come from everywhere right here to be in Jacksonville because of Mayo Clinic, and it's very, very noticeable. And you know, it used to be, you go back 30, 40 years, be more likely people would leave from here to go other places. Now we have people coming here in really big numbers, and so I think it's a testament to the quality of care that's offered. So I think it really is the fact that it's done here. It's really a positive sign for the upward trajectory of the medical community here in the state of Florida. Now, we've also been very good in terms of, you know, our regulatory apparatus that we have in Florida. Our folks are instructed, and they do. It's like, okay, the purpose of regulatory is to create a framework, which is fine, but ultimately the goal is for people to be able to accomplish things. So if people have innovative ideas, how do you get them to yes? Don't just say, oh, you can't, you can't, you can't. So we've tried to create an environment that is more, how do you get to yes, not just in medical, but in everything that we do. It's part of the reason we lead the nation in new business formations every year, because people feel like they that the government here wants them to succeed. So this is going to be a unique facility. You're going to be able to do both proton and carbon ion therapy, and they actually can use for the same tumor. They can use, you know, both types potentially for dual capability. I was in both of the different types of rooms. I got to tour that earlier. So proton therapy will begin in 27, carbon ion in 28. Now they're having to work with the FDA on some of the stuff with the carbon ion therapy, but I think it's going really well, and I think the fact that you've seen it be used in other parts of the world is something good. But as you know, if you don't get it approved and all this, it's like you gotta, I mean, they have to make sure that they can sustain this. So there's things that have to be done still on that federal regulatory front. But man, what do you have here is pretty amazing. So, but the building's going to serve patients all the way through, and they'll use the therapies that are available. And when the carbon ion is green lit, they'll be able to do that appropriately. It's interesting. They were also telling me that if you treat like a tumor with the carbon ion, there's a school of thought that it basically helps with your natural immunity or some of the other medications for other parts of your body that would potentially be subjected. And so kind of a dual benefit there, which is really promising. So I'm excited to see this. I think when we did the cancer initiative in 2019, it wasn't anything that we were doing at the time, like for our family. We just thought it was important. And then First Lady got diagnosed a couple years later, and so we went through that personally. But the amount of momentum that helped gain because of what she was doing to fight it has helped really take this to the next level. So I'm excited about this. I think this is going to make a big difference. And, this is right here in our backyard. No one else is doing this anywhere in the United States. No one else is doing this anywhere in the Western Hemisphere. And I think that this is going to end up doing an awful lot of good. So you want to come up and talk a little bit more about what this means?
Governor DeSantis speaking earlier today in Jacksonville. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Let me give you a live look at the White House, where around 1 o'clock we're expecting a White House press briefing from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. So again, that's coming up in that 1 o'clock hour, and we will bring that to you live when it does begin. Before then, in about 20 minutes, we're expected to be joined by Senator Ashley Moody, Republican from Florida, one of the newest members of the Senate. She is going to be joining us to talk about her HALO Act that she has filed in the U.S. Senate, which would essentially establish a 25-foot buffer around federal law enforcement, very similar to a law that is now in effect here in the state of Florida when it comes to law enforcement, but looking to do that on the federal level. And we are looking forward to speaking with her coming up in about 20 minutes or so. Right now, though, I do want to get you back to Jacksonville, where we heard just a few moments ago from Governor DeSantis. I want to play for you the remarks from First Lady Casey DeSantis, and then they also take some questions where Governor DeSantis was asked about an incident in Jacksonville as well, when we're talking about buffers for law enforcement. Ask about an incident in Jacksonville where a woman is accused of punching a trooper because she was angry over immigration enforcement. So he'll be asked about that coming up a little bit later. But first, we're going to hear from the First Lady talking about cancer treatment and the advances that are being made in that area.
I would never never say it was a good thing that I got sick, but I will say I am just so humbled to have had a very, very small part in seeing something so historic happen, not only here in the First Coast and the surrounding area. It's a huge deal, and it's a huge deal for the state of Florida. And as he just said and the governor articulated, this is a massive deal in all of North America and South America. This is the only unit like this in the Western Hemisphere where people are going to be able to get this kind of therapy. And as somebody who had radiation therapy, 6 weeks of it to be exact, and my left arm doesn't work as well as my right arm does, and sometimes you see me pushing a swing with just my right arm with my kids because the left one isn't working as well. Boy, it gives you a lot of hope that people who find themselves in a situation where they are going to have to seek therapy might not have the ramifications from the treatment. And that gives a lot of hope to a lot of people, not only to beat cancer, that's part of it, right? But to be able to have the quality of life afterwards and not to have the implications and ramifications of going through some of these really difficult treatments. And so this has been really very humbling for me. I've been honored to be a part of it, and it really fits with our overall mission of what we've tried to do in the state of Florida to help combat cancer. It started really with Cancer Connect that we started back in the day, and that really stemmed from when I was sick. I remember getting letters from people all over Florida, all over particularly the First Coast, because I have so many wonderful relationships here, but all over the United States of America. And I just remember how heartfelt that made me feel, that so many people were advocating for my health and giving me words of encouragement. And I remember meeting with people particularly who had stage 3, stage 4 cancer, and they had battled that 20 years ago. And they would come up and they would tell me their stories. And that gave me hope. I'm thinking, man, if you beat stage 4 cancer 20 years ago, man, then if I just stay strong, I can do it. And that's one of the messages from the very beginning that I wanted to help deliver to folks, to say, man, if you're in the fight, have hope, have courage, and stay strong, because you can beat it. And look at what the state of Florida is doing to help provide options that are nowhere else in the Western Hemisphere but right here at the Mayo Clinic and right here in Florida. So that's how it all started. And then we really worked, obviously, with the legislature, and thanks to Ron over here for his advocacy, to do all of the funds to incentivize these sorts of things with the nationally accredited cancer institutes who have used these dollars very well to make sure that it benefits all Floridians with technology. The Innovation Fund was a big part of that, and Ron talked about that. That is really looking at novel treatments, novel procedures that might not get any oxygen, but they're looking for pathways for funding to be able to just see if it works out. If it works, great. If it doesn't, then letting people know that it's been tried so that we don't repeat some of the things that they've done. And so we've done tens of millions of dollars. Ivermectin, we've incentivized that through the Department of Health with this Innovation Fund because it's in generic form. If it happens to prove to have results, as some surmise, there might not be an incentive on some people to invest in it because there wouldn't be a big ROI or return on an investment because, again, it's in generic. But the state of Florida has an obligation to look into it on behalf of the people of this state, to do everything they can to turn over every rock, to provide every opportunity for anybody who's battling cancer. And so when you put this all together, Florida leads. I know I didn't even mention the pediatrics that we've done, $30 million reoccurring money that they're going to do to help bolster pediatrics, because obviously when you're dealing with smaller children, unfortunately, you need smaller machines, you need smaller needles, you need certain kinds of expertise. And so now here, particularly in Northeast Florida with Wolfson Children's Hospital, man, they're going to get a huge infusion of cash to be able to ensure that if anybody in the state of Florida is battling cancer, whether it's a child or an adult, that you have the best options to be able to beat it. And so again, it's just an honor to play a very small role in this, but it's a privilege to be here today when you guys officially flip the switch.
Well, it's going to be exciting when they flip the switch. I know that there's going to be a lot of good that comes out of this facility, and it's been interesting to watch the campus here grow over the years. Even when I came from Mayport Naval Station back as a lieutenant junior grade, I remember the Mayo Clinic here, and then just seeing everything that's happened since that time. But particularly even just since I've been governor in 2019, it's been pretty remarkable. So it's a great success story for the state of Florida, Northeast Florida, and I know the best is yet to come. So thanks, everybody. Okay, do we got any questions back there? Are we going to flip it? Are you going to do anything more? You're going to flip it? Okay, let's do that. Yep. Well, that's exciting. So good job. And so what we got. Aren't we all? Well, first, I mean, I think it was a heartbreaking loss for the Jags, but I mean, I think there should be reason for optimism going forward. I mean, they really had a good year, and it was exciting to watch down the stretch. And these playoff games are tough. So in terms of what they're doing, so one, if ICE is doing operations, I mean, that's obviously their call. Our guys have helped in different situations. I announced the other day, we had almost 20,000 state and local of apprehensions just in the last 9-10 months. I do know there was a woman who came out and assaulted one of our troopers. Let me just tell you guys, this is not Minneapolis. That is not going to end well for you in Florida. You have a right to go out there and criticize government policy. You can go out there and protest within, obviously respected zones. But the idea that you're going to assault one of our troopers is unacceptable, and you are going to face consequences as a result of that. So I'm not sure what all their what DHS is doing. Yes, our guys can assist. A lot of that is being driven by there. I was the other day out when we did the announcements. I think some of you were there at the Baker facility that we created, and that's worked very efficiently. That is an existing facility that kind of got retrofitted, and you've had folks go, process, and then they're able to be flown out. So all in all, Florida is really leading the way. But there was you have these politicians in Minnesota, and they're attacking DHS or attacking ICE agents. They're doing all that, and you have a lot of conflict. And they were like, why aren't they in Florida or some of these places? And the reason why you don't see, because we're cooperating. We believe that we have a responsibility to help the laws of the country be enforced. And I just think it's odd. You have some people that they don't want. There's certain laws they don't like, and they think that the way to combat that is not to win elections and change laws, but to just simply assault the people who are enforcing the laws. These guys that are out there, they've been treated very horribly across the country, and they really have a target on their back. And I know you had that one woman in the city of Jacksonville government putting out information. Look, that's not the way we roll here in the state of Florida. We're going to respect that, respect the law enforcement, respect the rule of law. And, if you want an open border or an amnesty or something like that, the way to do that, I wouldn't support that, but there's a process. Reality is, this last election, presidential election, was decided in significant part because the outgoing incumbent had opened the border, and it caused a lot of problems with many millions of people coming in illegally, including Maduro sending people to the border from Venezuela. He was emptying out his prisons, and he was sending them here to the United States. That's why when we did the Martha's Vineyard transport, most of the people on that first flight were from Venezuela. And there were a lot of people that said, oh, the governor's really done it now. The Venezuelan Americans aren't going to vote for him, down in South Florida. And in fact, next time I was down there, they were high-fiving me because they're like, Maduro is sending, and that's not what they wanted to see. So, you just see, this stuff all the time repeat itself in terms of some of the shenanigans. But that is something that these guys have a right to be discharging their duties and to get involved with any type of assault. Look, in Portland, do they let you throw bricks at police and all this and get them? Yeah, maybe they do. I don't know. It's not a place that I would ever be able to get elected dog catcher in, so I don't concern myself with why. But in Florida, that just ain't the way it's going to work. So, say what you want, even, however you want to do that, but not go beyond that line. How much overall is this project? Yeah. So total, at least $330 million to go into this. State of Florida's 50. Yeah, about 30 to 50, depending on how you slice it. And so, that's. But I think part of the reason we wanted to come here and highlight it is because when the First Lady was touring here recently, basically what Mayo said was we wouldn't have been able to get here without the state's involvement and the state's help. And so our role is significant in terms of that's a lot of money, but it was like that was really critical funding that may not have been able to be found elsewhere. And so that's really meaningful that we could have made that difference. Yes. So the question's about are there going to be any additional facilities where we're helping ICE with the processing, detention, and then hopefully rapid deportations for people here illegally. There's not been any new ones that have been approved by DHS. And so we do have potential for Panhandle. We have potential for more in South Florida. But ultimately, we're not going to do it unless it's approved and unless the reimbursements are authorized. And like I said before, even with the first day we opened the first one, I don't want these things to be permanent. I want DHS to have enough staging ability where they can run these operations on their own without us having to provide. But we do have a lot of know-how. We have good logistical operations, our Department of Emergency Management, all the different agencies that have worked, and it's been a huge help for them to be able to do it. So if it's needed and they want to authorize it, we could do it. But as of now, none of those additional facilities, have received that pre-authorization that our other existing two have had. And I just think it's important. On some of this stuff, clearly it costs money, when you have more illegal immigration, because it costs uncompensated health care, schools, anything with criminal justice. There's just a whole litany of things, right? So you save money, if you have, legal workforce, immigration is legal and all that.
Governor Ron DeSantis speaking earlier today in Jacksonville was asked about the potential for some new ICE facilities, immigration facilities run by the state. You also heard him talk about the Florida trooper punched in Jacksonville. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to give you a live look right now in Tallahassee as we are beginning to hear some discussion and then debate on House Bill 6003, which would be a repeal of what is derisively known as Florida's free kill law that currently prevents certain family members from suing for non-economic damages. Let's go ahead and listen in as this is live on the floor of the House in Tallahassee.
Mother is a critical care registered nurse. In other words, they're experts in this field, and they thought that their son died as a result of medical error. You see, Mr. Salazar is also the author of the 2014 book, A Free Kill, and it documents every element that the family went through for this horrific event. And so when he came and he spoke in support of this bill at our day delegation, I was touched, and I have been in contact with that family, and they are watching now. And with this vote, we will be taking an important step in righting the wrong that has happened to this family. With this bill, we are one step closer to providing justice for Christopher. Thank you.
So that is just one of the bills that we are continuing to monitor being debated on the floor of the House in Tallahassee. It's still very early in this 60-day legislative session. Well, thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. We are also talking about legislation that's been filed in the U.S. Senate on Capitol Hill, specifically the HALO Act, and we've talked about it before with you, that would essentially establish a buffer zone around federal law enforcement, similar to a bill that is now law here in the state of Florida. Joining us live now to talk about this effort is Senator Ashley Moody, Republican from Florida, and joining us live now from Capitol Hill. And Senator Moody, we appreciate you joining us today.
Of course, great to be with you. I wish I was with you in Florida.
I am sure it's going to be getting cold down here too, though, so it might not be the best timing to come back. But Senator Moody, we appreciate your time. I know you've got a lot going on today, so let's go ahead and jump right in here. Talk to me about the HALO Act. I know, as I said briefly, this is something that is law in Florida that you have now filed in the Senate. Talk to me about the importance of this and why you think this is something that needs to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. The ability of law enforcement to do their jobs without the threat of obstruction or assault or violence is absolutely essential for our government to function. You have these men and women who have taken an oath and wear the badge to enforce the people's law. We have to be able to give them the protection to do those jobs. And so as Florida's newest United States Senator, making sure I came up here to fight for the same things that I did back when I was the Attorney General. It was very important to me. And I have filed a bill called the HALO Act, which gives a 25-foot buffer zone. I call it a safety zone for law enforcement officers, ICE officers to do their jobs without folks impeding their ability to do that. If they're threatening them, assaulting them, harassing them, that would no longer be allowed. If they're asked to step back and just give them a buffer zone to do their job, if they impeded that zone, that would be a criminal violation. So I think as we see these things play out on our screens every night and the danger that these situations present to all involved, it is so important that we're passing common sense legislation that protects our officers and community members. It makes a lot of sense moving forward. It will allow officers to enforce the people's laws, and I'm proud to sponsor it as your newest U.S. Senator.
What are the penalties that violating that would bring?
So if an officer says, please step back, we're doing our jobs, we need you to step back, and yet you still and do that with the intention to obstruct or harass or threaten them, keep them from doing their jobs, you would face up to a 5-year prison sentence with other penalties.
Do you think we're seeing an increasing need for something like this, given the climate, the political climate and the tension that we're seeing around a lot of law enforcement response, specifically when it comes to ICE agents and illegal immigration enforcement?
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that saddens me, obviously, not only as the former attorney general, but as a former judge, as a former prosecutor, I'm also the wife of a law enforcement officer. And I know firsthand that when officers are attempting to enforce the people's laws that we ask them to do on a daily basis, the situations can be very dangerous. They plan and then they execute according to those plans, but you never know what circumstances can come up. And for their safety and for community members' safety, it's so important that they be willing to work within safe parameters. And so I think this is just a really common sense approach. Everyone should support this. There is no reason why we should put their lives in jeopardy when they're attempting to do their jobs. And I can tell you that I've seen numerous instances where if something like this was in place, it would have prevented really tragic, horrific situations. So I filed this months ago. It's generating a lot of enthusiasm from my colleagues here. And I just encourage the Florida delegation and Congress to consider doing something over in the House. This is so very important. And certainly I'll keep pushing it here in the United States Senate.
We know the bill has been referred to one of your committees, the Senate Judiciary Committee. What has the response been from your colleagues to this legislation?
Yeah, we've just added numerous other senators as co-sponsors to this. I think everyone involved sees the need for something like this to keep everyone safe. And I look forward to, keeping it front and center on everyone's minds. If something was like this in place, it very well could prevent horrific attacks on our officers, and also it would prevent a safety parameter for everyone involved.
Especially with what we're seeing in Minnesota, do you think something like this could specifically help when we see kind of things that are happening, like continuing to happen there?
Yeah, look, tragically, unfortunately for this nation, we're seeing this play out every single day. And it's not just in Minnesota, it's in other states. And what is really terrifying to me is that you have elected officials, people that are in leadership, people who have said, I will be a people's representative and to the best of my ability be a steward of government and the way it's supposed to function. And they're actually encouraging threats, attacks, the impediment of law enforcement officers as they're trying to execute their duties. That's a whole new ballgame, something I never would have expected. And it's dangerous. It's not just dangerous for the particular instance that you're talking about. It's dangerous for how we have set up our governments to function. And, as someone who truly believes in a free people living as a civilized society under the laws that they can agree upon, I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to promote the success of this government. Not just the United States government, those that are set up within our states. It's so important. And, we have been a nation for 250 years. We will go on to be a successful nation if we adhere to the principles on which this country was built. And that is the people deciding what their laws will be and men and women executing the people's laws. And, I am here to make sure that this remains the greatest nation on the face of Americans and want to see this country succeed. And this is a very basic, fundamental thing we need to do. We not only need to give law enforcement officers the authority, the go-ahead to enforce the people's laws, we need to give them the protection to do that.
Senator Ashley Moody, I appreciate your time. I know you have somewhere else to be, and I appreciate you joining us here today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Great to be with you.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back in. Give you a live look right now inside the press briefing room at the White House, where we're expecting a briefing any minute now from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Also want to give you a live look right now for House Bill 6003, vote on passage there to repeal some of those provisions in the so-called free kill law. And now it looks like we're moving to HB 133. This is the bill we've been talking about much of the day.
Representative Soroy, you are recognized.
A bill to lower the purchase age for firearms. Let's listen in.
133 lowers the legal age to purchase rifles and long guns from 21 to 18. The legislation seeks to restore the constitutional rights of law-abiding citizens. That is the bill.
Questions of the sponsor? Rep. Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm interested to know kind of what has changed between 2018, when Florida raised the firearm purchase age after the Parkland shooting, and today that justifies kind of reversing this policy.
Representative Soroy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Young, and welcome to the chamber. Congratulations to you, sir. I wasn't a member of the legislature when this policy was enacted. In my view, it's the wrong public policy for Florida to pursue. I've offered this legislation now a number of years, and you see it once again today.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, did you know that a recent poll shows that about 80% of Florida voters oppose lowering the firearm purchase to the age of 18?
Representative Soroy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative. My legislation isn't driven by polling.
Representative Young.
And so who supports this bill?
Representative Soroy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Young, for the question. You know, I think that the answer really is a worldview. I am someone who believes firmly in our Constitution, firmly in our Second Amendment. Legislation that I have offered throughout the course of my time here has always erred on the side of law-abiding citizens, law-abiding people, small business owners, and families. I view this legislation as the correct public policy for the state and offer it as a way for families and individuals to keep themselves safe by restoring the rights of 18-year-olds to buy long guns.
Representative Young.
And so would you say that our colleagues who preceded us in this body didn't take that into consideration in 2018?
Representative Soroy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Young, for the question. You know, first of all, there is no joy in this. There is no joy in this. I was not a member of the legislation when this bill was pursued the first time, when those solutions were sought. At the time, I firmly believed that the legislature, you know, arrived at the conclusion as best they could with the information that they had available. It was a tragedy what happened, and the legislature responded at the time the way that they thought best. As I said, I was not a member of this body. Had I been, I would not have voted for that bill based on some of the reasons that I've described here and in committee previously and over the last few years. There is no one to hold accountable for that. I have a different view in terms of the policy that we should be pursuing, and I offer that for the body's consideration today.
Representative Robinson F.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening to the response, and my question has to do with what you said about safety. Being an educator, we talk about young people and their brain's development, and it talks a lot about usually your brain is not fully developed until probably about the age of 20. So I guess my question comes in, you talked about safety. Would it be safe for 18-year-olds where studies show that their brains are not necessarily completely developed to be buying long guns that we know tend to be the guns that are used in our school shootings?
Representative Soroy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative, for that question. Good afternoon to you. You know, in our law and in our custom, we convey rights and responsibilities to 18-year-olds, serving on a jury, in many cases running for office, being eligible for military service. That is when our citizens come into the ownership and privilege that they have of being citizens under our Constitution. As I've said before, I believe that our ability or the right of 18-year-olds and over to exercise this right was infringed upon by the legislation that was passed previously. I acknowledge that freedom and security cause friction between one another. They always have. I understand your point of view, and I hear you. But again, I believe in the constitutional right as it exists, and believe that at 18 you acquire the right to be able to defend yourself and your family from harm. Now, that's not to say that I don't believe that criminals should be held accountable. You know, we have criminals in our country. We have people that will ignore the laws. We have people that will defy every measure of safety that we try to enact. This legislation is more in recognition of the folks that are law-abiding citizens that do exercise their rights freely and responsibly. That is who this legislation is focused to.
Representative Antone.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess a simple question. I don't necessarily know the law. But if an 18-year-old, if this bill passes and an 18-year-old is able to purchase a gun, can they then take that gun onto a college campus and keep it in their dorm room?
Representative Soroy.
Under current law, no.
Representative Antone.
Thanks again, Mr. Speaker. And just for clarification, so if the bill passes, can they then take the gun that they have purchased and keep it in their dorm room?
Representative Soroy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Antone, for the question. I'm not aware of that changing any policy that's in place regarding campus carry.
Representative Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, are you aware that 18-year-olds are still on high school campuses?
Representative Soroy.
Good afternoon, Representative Henson. Thank you for the question. Yes, ma'am, I am.
Representative Henson.
Don't you believe that this would give high school students that are 18-year-olds an easier access to get guns on high school campuses?
Representative Soroy.
Thank you, Representative Henson, for the point that you're trying to make. I believe that law-abiding citizens will follow the law and that criminals will break the law because they are criminals.
Representative Henson.
I appreciate you understanding what I'm trying to imply, but we are talking about criminals. Mass shooters are criminals. This will give them easier access to get a gun on a school ground.
Representative Soroy.
Thank you, Representative Henson. One of the good things that I think have come from the Marjory Stoneman Douglas legislation is that we've hardened our schools and we've put in place programs like the Guardian program that allow individuals that are trained to be able to respond to these kinds of attacks against soft targets, in essence. The other thing that we've done is this legislature year after year has provided dollars for the hardening of our schools and school security. So while I have disagreement over this specific policy, I don't disagree with many of the elements of that legislation as it relates to school safety.
Further questions of the sponsor? Representative Escamani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize to step out in the beginning. So if it was repeated, please just let me know, Chair. I guess I'm curious, when it comes to currently law enforcement and military who are under the age of 21, they go through extensive training, psychological review, and so forth. Obviously, in this case, that would not be required. Maybe just walk me through why not require some basic training of firearm safety if we are going to reduce the age back to 18.
Representative Soroy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative, for the question. I'm not going to walk you through it. I'm simply going to say that I believe it's the correct public policy to pursue for the state of Florida, and that under our Constitution, law-abiding citizens have a right to keep and bear arms.
Representative Escamani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair. Has there been any public health impact analysis on the potential harm with increasing this access and reducing back to 18? For example, I'm thinking about accidental shootings, unfortunate circumstances involving suicide. those types of dynamics?
Representative Soroy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. None that I'm aware.
Representative Escamani.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And you might have already answered this because I heard you speak to this point about the balance between safety and rights and so forth. But I'm curious, do you have any research to say that your proposal makes us more safe, makes Florida more safe?
Representative Soroy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I believe that law-abiding citizens have a right to defend themselves and their property. That's the only study that I need to be aware of.
Representative Escamani for the last question.
Thank you. I don't think that was a study, but I understand, Chair. Okay, well, just to wrap up my last question, is it true that allowing teenagers to buy firearms increases the risk of school shootings and other violent incidents?
Representative Soroy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Representative Escamani, let me clarify my last answer. The study I referred to is the Constitution of the United States. The second point that I would make, no, I'm not aware of any study related to the material that you cite.
Are there amendments?
On the desk, Mr. Speaker.
Read the First Amendment.
Representative Bartleman offered the following amendment with title amendment. Barcode 299653. Remove lines 14 through 16 and insert an amendment.
Representative Bartleman, you recognized to explain your amendment.
Thank you. Hold on. Thank you, sir. Hold on. I just want to make sure I have the right amendment. This is barcode 2. Okay, so this is changing the 21-year-old. Okay. That is the right barcode amendment, right? This amendment is very simple. It just simply raises the age to purchase a long gun back to 21. So it's kind of undoing what the representative is undoing. Now, every year we debate this bill, and I have to say the sponsor is always so sensitive to how painful this is, and I appreciate that more than anything, by the way. And every year we have to come back and bring up these points. This bill is the gold seal bill that other states look at. We responded to a horrible tragedy. Representative Hanschowski, Representative Daley, and we represented that community as a mayor, as a commissioner, and as a school board member. Everyone, and a lot of people in this chamber actually walked through that building, which is...
Representative Bartleman speaking about the Parkland shooting that precipitated many of the reforms that we have seen state lawmakers beginning to walk back in recent years. One of those efforts they're trying to walk back is with this legislation lowering that firearm purchase age to 18. That was, you heard some of the lines of questioning as well. Now, before we jumped into that debate about that bill, the repeal of the free kill law was passed. We should note that it also passed last year, ended up going to the governor's desk, but was vetoed. So we'll see what happens with that again during this session, and we're keeping a close eye on this House Bill 133 debate right now as well. But I want to get you live right now to the White House. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt speaking to reporters amid ongoing protests in Iran and also threats from President Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act when it comes to Minnesota. So let's go ahead and listen in as she speaks live right now.
Tax on tips, overtime, Social Security, boosting the child tax credit, and locking in the 2017 Trump tax cuts. Independent estimates project the average American tax filer could expect up to an extra $1,000 bump to their tax refund next year. This is going to be a helpful boost to working families who are making ends meet. On the energy front, the national average price for a gallon of regular gas this week fell to its lowest level in 5 years, thanks to President Trump's drill baby drill agenda. According to Gas Buddy, the average price for regular gas on Monday was below $3 per gallon in 43 states, below $2.75 per gallon in 30 states, and at or below $2.50 per gallon in 17 states. In fact, gas prices were below $2 a gallon at stations in at least 19 states. Don't forget, this was unheard of just a couple of short years ago. Overall, drivers are projected to spend $11 billion less at the gas pump this year than they did last year, resulting in hundreds of dollars in critical savings for the average American family. We're also seeing the housing market rebound as borrowing costs ease and income growth outpaces home price gains. According to a new report also released this week from the National Association of Realtors, existing home sales in December rose to their fastest pace in 3 years. To further improve housing affordability, President Trump has recently announced and directed Fannie and Freddie to purchase $200 billion worth of mortgage bonds. As a result of these actions, mortgage rates have fallen to their lowest level in years. As of last Friday, rates for the average 30-year mortgage are down more than 1 full percentage point. Because of these significant declines, monthly housing payments are now at their lowest level in 2 years, and we expect this decrease to continue. As someone who was enormously successful in real estate, President Trump understands that owning a home is about more than just having a physical asset. It's about empowering young people to stake their claim in the American dream. It's about giving newlyweds a place to make their own and start a family. It's about promoting the spirit of hard work, determination, and yes, the rugged individualism that has made America the greatest country in the history of the world. President Trump knows America is strongest when it's a nation of owners, not renters, and he is determined to unlock that opportunity for as many Americans as possible. That's why he will outline additional housing initiatives during his major speech in Davos next week, and we look forward to seeing many of you there. Finally, this morning, President Trump unveiled a health care plan for America called the Great Health Care Plan, and a video message detailing his solutions to lower costs for all Americans and significantly improve our health care system. The Great Health Care Plan will accomplish this through 4 common sense pillars. Number 1, permanently lowering prescription drug prices. Congress can get this done by codifying President Trump's historic Most Favored Nation initiatives into law to guarantee Americans the same low prices for prescription drugs that people in other countries around the world pay. Additionally, by increasing consumer choice by making more verified, safe pharmaceutical drugs available for over-the-counter purchases. Number 2, the Great Healthcare Plan will stop sending big insurance companies billions in extra taxpayer-funded subsidy payments and instead send that money directly to eligible Americans to allow them to buy the health insurance of their choice. Additionally, by funding a cost-sharing reduction program for healthcare plans and ending kickbacks from pharmacy benefit managers to large brokerage middlemen. Number 3, the Great Healthcare Plan will maximize price transparency by requiring any healthcare provider or insurer who accepts either Medicare or Medicaid to publicly and prominently post their pricing and fees to avoid surprise medical bills. This is an incredibly popular policy that has been bipartisan for many years, and President Trump is officially and firmly calling on Congress to get it done. And number 4, holds big insurance companies accountable by requiring them to publish rate and coverage comparisons up front on their websites in plain English so consumers and everyday Americans can make the best purchasing decisions for them and their families. These are common sense actions that make up President Trump's Great Healthcare Plan, and they represent the most comprehensive and bold agenda to lower healthcare costs to have ever been considered by the federal government. Congress should immediately take up President Trump's plan and pass it into law. For Americans watching at home, you can visit greathealthcare.gov right now for more information on the Great Healthcare Plan. And with that, we will open it up to questions. In our new media seat today, we have a familiar face, Riley Gaines. I'm surprised it took us a year to get you here, but I'm very happy to see you. I know you have a new podcast, The Riley Gaines Show. And so thank you. And you brought a beautiful baby and your lovely husband, too. So thank you so much for joining. And why don't you kick us off?
Absolutely. Well, thank you. First and foremost, congratulations to you. Being a girl mom will change your life in the best way possible. So excited you get to shop all the pink and the frilly and the bows. I was in Washington, D.C. earlier this week for the Supreme Court case. There were 2 arguments that were heard surrounding sex-based rights and if it's constitutional for states to pass laws that ultimately protect those rights for women. If the Supreme Court rules as anticipated in favor of maintaining these sex-based rights, Is the administration prepared to take action against the states? I believe at this point it's 23 states that don't have those protections for women?
Absolutely. And as you know, Riley, the administration already has done so. We've taken action in a number of fronts against these states who are failing to uphold the president's executive orders and this administration's policy of simply protecting women in women's sports and in women's private spaces. We've gone to the mat with large universities in this country as well to try to fight for what's fair and what's just for women and girls across the country. So I know you were at the arguments. I listened to them myself as a woman and as a former athlete, and I think the president speaks on common sense on this issue, that women's sports and private spaces should be protected, and that there are two genders, there are two sexes. That is not something we should be afraid to say in this country. And I think, frankly, it was quite alarming to not only hear a couple of justices gravel over that basic, fundamental, biological fact that men and women are different but inherently equal, but we are certainly different, and women deserve such rights. We hope and expect that the Supreme Court will rule in the right way on this matter. Thank you. Gabe.
Carolyn, thank you very much. A lot to talk about.
Sure.
Isn't
there always a lot to talk about?
What can you share about the president's meeting with Maria Corina Machado? Is it underway? What can you share about that? And then also, the president said yesterday that Delcy Rodriguez was, quote, a terrific person. Does the president trust the remaining members of the Maduro regime?
I will say, to your first question, the meeting was about to begin as I was stepping out of the Oval Office moments ago, so my understanding is that it's underway right now. I know the president was looking forward to this meeting, and he's was expecting it to be a good and positive discussion with Ms. Machado, who is really a remarkable and brave voice for many of the people of Venezuela. So the president looks forward to obviously talking to her about the realities on the ground in the country and what is taking place. As for Ms. Rodriguez, the president did speak with her directly this week. As you know, he revealed that to all of you yesterday. And Secretary Rubio and the administration have been in constant communication with Ms. Rodriguez and other members of the interim government in Venezuela. They have been extremely cooperative. They have thus far met all of the demands and requests of the United States and of the president. And I think you have all seen that play out. We obviously had a $500 million energy deal that was struck in large part because of the cooperation from Ms. Rodriguez. Venezuela and Ms. Rodriguez have also confirmed that they will be releasing political prisoners from Venezuela. There were 5 Americans who were recently released this week as well. So the president likes what he's seeing and will expect that cooperation to continue.
And regarding the investigation into the leak that the president referenced yesterday, what is the administration's position on the Washington Post reporter? The Post has reported that she was told that she is not a target of the investigation. Does the administration believe she did anything wrong? And then also, what is the administration's position on the Pentagon Papers case from the 1970s that affirmed reporters' right to publish classified information under certain circumstances?
Well, since this is an active investigation, I don't want to comment on it much more than what we did yesterday to obviously confirm the investigation, and I can confirm what the Attorney General stated and the President as well, which is that the individual, unfortunately, a contractor at the Pentagon, chose to unlawfully leak classified and very serious information to this Washington Post reporter, hence why the reporter's home was looked into by the FBI, rightfully so. And the administration is not going to tolerate leaks, especially from within the national security apparatus of the United States government, that put our nation's integrity and our national security at risk. Full stop. The president will not support that. I know the Secretary of War will not support that, and it will not stand. And legal action will be taken against anyone, whether it's a member of the press or whether it's an employee for a federal agency who breaks the law. If you break the law and if you endanger our men and women in uniform, you are going to be held accountable, period, full stop.
But
Jackie.
Does this administration believe that this reporter or any reporter has a right to publish classified information under certain circumstances?
Look, I think that we do not believe that individuals who have been given the privilege of holding a top secret clearance should be illegally leaking that classified information, and I know the American people agree with that. And I think it's a basic tenet of journalistic integrity not to publish information that could directly endanger the operational security or the brave men and women who are serving this country in uniform and putting themselves in harm's way to protect not just the people of this administration, but all of you in the press and all of their fellow Americans as well. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. I wanted to get the White House reaction to Iranian state TV broadcasting an implicit threat to the president's life. It was images of the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, according to reports, with the message, "This time it will not go wrong."
I have not seen that, to be honest with you, Jackie. We'll take a look, and I'll let the president and his national security team examine that footage to ensure its legitimacy. Again, I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on it. What I will say with respect to Iran is that the president and his team have communicated to the Iranian regime that if the killing continues, there will be grave consequences. And the president received a message, as he revealed to all of you and the whole world yesterday, that the killing and the executions will stop. And the president understands today that 800 executions that were scheduled and supposed to take place yesterday were halted. And so the president and his team are closely monitoring this situation, and all options remain on the table for the president.
Netanyahu encouraged him against strikes.
Look, it's true that President spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu, but I would never details about their conversation without giving the expressed approval by the president himself. Ouija.
Thank you, Caroline. Is it still the president's assessment that it would be very hard for Ms. Machado to leave Venezuela because he says she lacks the respect and support in that country? And will he raise that with her today?
I think the president's assessment that you just pointed out was based on realities on the ground. It was a realistic assessment based on what the president was reading and hearing from his advisors and national security team. And at this moment in time, his opinion on that matter has not changed.
He has also said that he would like there to be elections in Venezuela when the time is right.
That's right.
Do you have any update on when that might be? And is he committed to a transition to democracy for Venezuela?
Yes, and he is also committed to hopefully seeing elections in Venezuela one day, but I don't have an updated timetable for you today. Reagan in the back.
Thanks, Caroline. I have a question for you on Minnesota and then also Venezuela.
Sure.
President Trump threatened invoking the Insurrection Act today in a Truth Social post. I'm wondering what his tipping point is. Like, what would it take for him to invoke the Insurrection Act?
Look, that's only a question, frankly, Reagan, the president can answer. But the Insurrection Act is a tool at the president's disposal. As you know, it has been used sparingly, but it has been used by previous presidents in American history. And I think the president's Truth Social post spoke very loud and clear to Democrats across this country, elected officials who are using their platforms to encourage violence against federal law enforcement officers, who are encouraging left-wing agitators to unlawfully obstruct legitimate law enforcement operations. And if you talk to any law enforcement officer, no matter what level they work at, they want to be working with their counterparts, whether that's at the federal level or the federal authorities wanting to work with their counterparts at the state and local level. And it's truly shameful that now for more than a year, you've had elected Democrat governors and mayors who have basically held their state and local law enforcement hostage and told them, you cannot cooperate with federal law enforcement. Why? They cooperated under the Biden administration. It's because these Democrats are deranged in their hatred for President Trump, and they are holding their state and local law enforcement hostage as a result. And these Democrat mayors and governors are doing this over what? Over the lawful and legitimate law enforcement operations to remove violent criminals from the streets of Minnesota, from the streets of California, from the streets of New York, and from the streets of every state across this country. And you don't see these riots and this vandalism taking place in states like Florida. Why? Because you have a governor in that state who has empowered federal and local authorities to work together. And it's despicable what we're seeing from these Democrat politicians, especially in sanctuary states and cities across the country.
Yesterday, Caroline.
Go ahead, John.
Oh, thank you so much. My question is, President Trump has talked twice in recent days, once at the Kennedy Center and then to Reuters again last night about canceling the election. Why is he talking about this?
I believe you're referring to the president's interview at Reuters last night. I was in that interview. It was a closed-door interview. Obviously, there was not audio or video. The president was simply joking. He was saying, we're doing such a great job. We're doing everything the American people thought. Maybe we should just keep rolling. But he was speaking facetiously.
And then one more.
Sure.
On the labor secretary. She's under investigation. Has he spoken to her about this?
I don't know if the president has spoken directly to the secretary. If they have, I'm unfamiliar with that conversation, but I have spoken to the president about that report regarding the secretary. He's aware of the internal investigation and he stands by the secretary, and he thinks that she's doing a tremendous job at the Department of Labor on behalf of American workers. PBS, go ahead.
You were mentioning a moment ago about working federal, state, local officials in Minneapolis. Governor Walz's office is saying today that he's trying to get a hold directly with the president. Have they spoken? And if they haven't, why haven't they spoken if there's a desire from Walz, as they're saying, to de-escalate what's happening there?
I'm not sure if that's a genuine offer to speak with the president. I was with the president about 30 minutes ago, and they hadn't spoken at that point. Look, the president is always willing to answer the phone when people pick up and call. When there was another tragic shooting many months ago in Governor Walz's state, he spoke directly with the governor. But I would ask that the governor stops inciting the harassment and illegal obstruction of law enforcement in his state. All ICE and federal law enforcement are trying to do are remove people like this off of the streets of Governor Walz's city in Minneapolis and of his state in Minnesota. If you look at some of the individuals in this photo, these are all illegal alien criminals who came into our country under the previous administration. This is some of the most disturbing crimes you will ever read about, and there's only a few reporters in this room who will actually talk about these individuals. This is all ICE is trying to do. They are trying to remove people like this from Governor Walz's state. And so, yes, he should pick up the phone, and he should say that he will cooperate with this president and with the federal government in making Minnesota safer, because that's all President Trump and his administration want to do. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. The president says he wants money to go directly to Americans so they can buy their own insurance. How exactly would this work? And can the president assure Americans that this will be enough to cover their health care costs?
So this is the second principle in the president's health care plan, lowering insurance premiums specifically and ensuring that that money is going directly back to the American people and cutting the kickbacks that then raise those premiums. So this plan, once put into legislative text and passed by Congress and sent to the president's desk, will stop sending big insurance companies billions of an extra taxpayer-funded subsidy payments and instead send that money directly to eligible Americans to allow them to buy the health insurance of their choice through, you may have heard it be referred to as health savings accounts. Whether that ends up being the actual name of such accounts, we'll have to see. Again, Congress and the White House are going to work together to put this plan into action. And then secondly, the Great Healthcare Plan will fund a cost-sharing reduction program for healthcare plans, which will save taxpayers at least $36 billion and reduce the most common Obamacare plan premiums by over 10%, and that's according to the Congressional Budget Office.
20 million Americans in recent weeks have seen their health care costs soar. Can he assure them that if this plan is put in place, that they will be able to cover those costs?
If this plan is put in place, every single American who has health care in the United States will see lower costs as a result. They will see more transparency. All of these proposals that are within the Great Healthcare Plan are incredibly popular with the American people, and they will impact everyone, not just a small fraction of those who are within the healthcare marketplace, but every single American will continue to see their costs go down. And I will note that they already are with respect to prescription drug prices. When you look at what the president has done with most favored nations, you've seen these big pharmaceutical companies in the Oval Office saying that this president and his team were nonstop around the clock pressuring us and negotiating with us to lower the cost of prescription drugs for Americans. And we are already seeing that to the tune, in some cases, of more than 500%. And that Trump RX website is something that the administration will be formally launching very soon, so Americans will have access to those lower costs of drugs. Josh.
Thank you. The president has called on credit card companies to lower the cap rate to 10% effective the 20th next week. If they don't do that, what's his... What'll he do? What's the threat?
Well, tariffs? No, I'm just kidding. The president certainly has an expectation, Josh, that the credit card companies will do this, just as he did with the pharmaceutical companies, that they will lower costs for American consumers. I don't have a specific consequence to outline for you, but certainly this is an expectation and, frankly, a demand that the president has made.
And can you give us an update on the Fed? Sorry. There was some reporting from, I think, Fox Business that Rick Reeder had an interview this week scheduled. The president's indicated he's already made a selection, or at least some kind of, he's settling on someone. Where is he in that process, and when can we expect an announcement? Is he still doing interviews?
Look, the president is in the same place as you all have been asking about this for many, many weeks. He's in a decision-making phase. There are a few people who he likes very much for this job, maybe less than that. The truth is, like with all decisions, it's a decision for the president to make. And he said to Reuters in that interview last night that he thinks he'll be finally making that decision in the next couple of weeks. So we will see.
And very quickly, there's been...
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt continuing to take reporter questions at the White House. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Before I get you back to the White House press briefing, just want to get you caught up on a couple of things here. This is a live look inside a courtroom in Brevard County where a former deputy, Andrew Lawson, is going through a sentencing hearing right now. This is part of a negotiated plea, guilty to manslaughter for the shooting death of Deputy Austin Walsh, who was 23 years old when he was shot and killed back in January of 2023. We're continuing to see more witnesses called to the stand to testify in this sentencing hearing, and we are continuing to monitor that. Also want to show you the floor of the Florida House of Representatives, where a debate has been continuing about House Bill 133, which is a bill that would lower the minimum age to buy a gun from 21 to 18. We've been keeping an eye on that as well. I want to go ahead and get you back, though, to the White House press briefing. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt taking questions right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Oh, okay. So you're a biased reporter with a left-wing opinion.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah, because you're a left-wing hack. You're not a reporter. You're posing in this room as a journalist, and it's so clear by the premise of your question. And you and the people in the media who have such biases but fake like you're a journalist, you shouldn't even be sitting in that seat. But you're pretending like you're a journalist, but you're a left-wing activist. And the question that you just raised and your answer proves your bias. You should be reporting on the facts. You should be reporting on the cases. Do you have the numbers of how many American citizens were killed at the hands of illegal aliens who ICE is trying to remove from this country? I bet you don't. I bet you didn't even read up on those stories. I bet you never even read about Laken Riley or Jocelyn Nungray or all of the innocent Americans who were killed at the hands of illegal aliens in this country. And the brave men and women of ICE are doing everything in their power to remove those heinous individuals and make our communities safer. And shame on people like you in the media who have a crooked view and have a biased view and pretend like you're a real honest journalist. Kelly.
Two quick questions on Iran. I wanted to ask first, just if you can say, how close was the president to potentially launching strikes last night, and was it the Gulf states that convinced him not to do that, as some of the region there have said?
Well, look, Kelly, I know there's been a lot of speculation in the media about what the president is going to do at any given moment or any given night. And I would say a lot of these stories, to be honest with you, I've been reading them, and they've been based on anonymous sources who are pretending or guessing to know the president's thinking. The truth is, only President Trump knows what he's going to do, and a very, very small team of advisors are read into his thinking on that. And as I just told you, he continues to closely monitor the situation on the ground in Iran. And as we saw yesterday, he had heard that the killings and executions would stop. And we have seen 800 people, their lives have been spared as a result of that. The president continues to closely monitor, but also keep all of his options on the table.
Caroline, two separate questions.
Sure.
On the Machado meeting first, what is it that the president feels that he needs to hear from her or from the opposition party that he hadn't heard prior to today, or he wanted to hear in the meeting, to be able to convince him to commit to some sort of a timeline for elections?
I'm not sure the president is going into such the meeting with expectations like you just laid out, Fran. I don't think he needs to hear anything from Ms. Machado. I think generally this is a meeting that the president was willing to take and willing to accept, to meet Ms. Machado in person and to just have a frank and positive discussion about what's taking place in Venezuela. That's all.
On the subject of Greenland, Jeff Landry, the president's special envoy for Greenland, wasn't in the White House meeting yesterday. Can you say why that was and what exactly the role he is playing in these conversations about acquiring Greenland?
Well, the vice president and the secretary of state were present for that meeting. And the meeting, it was a productive meeting. It was a good meeting. And in that meeting, the two sides agreed to really establish a working group of individuals who will continue to have technical talks on the acquisition of Greenland. Those talks will take place, I'm told, every 2 to 3 weeks. So this is a conversation the administration intends to keep having with the Danes and with the respected delegation from Greenland. But the president has made his priority quite clear. He wants the United States to acquire Greenland. He thinks it's in our best national security to do that.
There have been multiple instances of American citizens being detained by ICE, and I'm wondering what the administration is asking the agency to do, or what steps is the administration asking the agency to take to ensure that Americans are not wrongly arrested?
Obviously, ICE is focused on detaining individuals who are unlawfully present in the country. And there have been hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens who have been arrested and detained and deported from this country by ICE over the course of the last year. And that's their intention, and that is their goal. Elizabeth.
Thank you, Caroline. One follow-up on Greenland. Europe reportedly sent troops over there. Does that change at all what the president is doing on this? And then a second question. Yesterday, in a Senate health hearing, Senator Josh Hawley repeatedly asked a doctor if men can get pregnant, and she did not directly answer that. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, to your first question on Greenland, I don't think troops in Europe impact the president's decision-making process, nor does it impact his goal of the acquisition of Greenland at all. To your second question, I mean, anyone in their right mind with common sense who's speaking honestly and candidly will say that men cannot get pregnant. And I think I can attest to that myself. So thank you all very much.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt wrapping up her briefing there. You did see a bit of a fiery exchange with her and another reporter. Not sure who that was, what outlet they may have been, and we did not hear the question as well. But certainly a tense exchange there just a few minutes ago. I want to go ahead and get you, actually, before we do that, we're going to take another break, a short break, 2-minute break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and then we'll get you back to Tallahassee as debate continues on the floor of the Florida House.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back in, and I want to get you live right now to the floor of the Florida House of Representatives. This is Representative Rashawn Young, a Democrat from Orlando, one of the newest members of the House of Representatives, who is speaking now as debate continues on House Bill 133, which would lower the age to buy rifles, shotguns from 21 to 18. The fourth year now that the House has pushed for this measure. It was a law that was originally passed after the shooting in Parkland coming up on 8 years ago. And now the House lawmakers continuing to look to try to roll that back and lower the purchase age from 21 to 18. We've seen a lot of debate today, opposition from a lot of Democrats. And let's go ahead and listen in as debate continues ahead of a vote on this.
It is about courage. And courage demands that when we do better, when we know better, we do better. For those reasons, and with respect to this body, I ask all of you to vote no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Gottlieb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just want to address the body for the remaining time in this segment and say that
as a father, as a gun owner, as a criminal defense lawyer who works in the system and works intimately with youth, I see the harms of this bill. I'm very familiar with the Supreme Court cases that we've already heard about, and the science that we've talked about the maturity of these young minds. And what I love about the law as it exists today is that somebody can gift a gun. So somebody can gift a gun to their 18-year-old child, because that parent can make the decision that their child has reached the age of maturity or has that familial training, has hunted with their father or mother over the years. But what we're doing here is we're allowing an 18-year-old who maybe hasn't mentally reached that age. And that was the harm that the Marjory Stoneman Douglas Commission found, was in that very case, the murderer went and bought a gun despite the objections and protestations of his parents. And that's the harm that we seek to protect. And that's why we're urging you not to lower the age. Thank you.
Representative Maggard, you're recognized in debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize Representative Black at Representative Smith's desk.
Representative Black at Representative Smith's desk. You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker. And Happy New Year, members. We're off to a spirited start. You know, I've heard much today about the development of young men and women too, I suppose, their prefrontal cortex, the development of judgment. The irony, though, is not lost on me that this comes from the same caucus that believes that not 21-year-olds, not 20-year-olds or 18-year-olds, but even 12-year-olds are mature enough to cut off their body parts. But I digress. The irony, though, leaves me almost speechless, but fear not, I am never actually speechless. You know, we're in a structured debate. Members, I think on these polarized issues that we have in our time, we could actually do with less debate. And look, coming from me, I love a good debate. But when you debate, there's a winner, there's a loser, and sometimes we're just trying to win the debate. I'd really like to see in our society us have a little less debate and a little more honest discussion. And so although this is debate, I want you to know that it comes from a spirit of discussion. I want to tell you a Christmas story. You ready for a Christmas story? It was 45 years ago, Christmas morning. I bounced out of my bedroom to the Christmas tree, and I was so excited. At age 5, I had gotten my first BB gun, and I had become lethal to tin cans with that thing. And at age 10, I had gotten a single-shot Harrington and Richards 20-gauge single-shot shotgun. And with that, I was able to tag along with the men and bring food home for the table. But what I really wanted was a 12-gauge pump. And with that, I'd be able to hunt larger game, and soon I would be allowed under the law to go hunt by myself. It was a rite of passage. And I just wondered, when I went to that Christmas tree, was I going to get it? I went through all the square boxes, really frustrated, and I didn't see the shape that I was really looking for. And I was sad. I didn't see what I wanted. And Mom said, sort of with a smirk, "Hey, son, did you look behind the Christmas tree?" No, I didn't look behind the Christmas tree. And I looked, and my dad chuckled. And there was a long, narrow box. And I opened it up very carefully, very safely, because I knew. And there it was, that shiny Sears and Roebuck 12-gauge pump shotgun. I still have it today. And with that, I had crossed a rite of passage. And you know what I did? Oh, well, as soon as school got back in, I took it to school. like all the boys did back then. We could have our guns in our cars. The guys that had pickup trucks had gun racks in the back, and you could see their new shiny firearms. We had a security guard on our campus. Now, you better not take it out of the car, but Mark was his name. We called him Mark the Narc, and he'd get in the car with you and look at your new gun. We would be so excited. We'd be going hunting after school or going plinking. But you know what we didn't think about? We did not even think about shooting our classmates. The thought never entered anyone's head. It didn't happen. It didn't happen because our parents taught us right from wrong. We didn't want to go to prison. We didn't want to be executed. We didn't want to go to hell. I graduated high school. I took that gun with me to college. I had a scholarship. It didn't pay for a lot. My parents were working class. They did the best they could, but there were times it was tough to put food on the table. And I would go hunting to supplement the grocery budget. I was grateful for that. Even today in rural counties throughout Florida, young men, 18, 20, 21, and women too, more than you might think, use these firearms to feed their families at a time of greatly increased costs, at a time when we know affordability is a big issue. We've made it harder for them to provide for their family, and not just provide for their family, but protect their family, and not just protect their family from the criminal element. We've talked about that enough. Look, out where I live, way back in the woods, there are things that just need a bullet. There are things that must be shot, whether it be a rabid coyote or a fox in the hen house or a rattlesnake on the porch. We need our guns. They are useful tools. We use them with regularity. And it has been that way from time immemorial.
Debate continuing on House Bill 133 on the floor of the Florida House of Representatives. We're getting ready to take a break here on Fox Local and YouTube. But we will be back at the top of the hour. We will welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live, and we will continue our live streaming news coverage. So keep it right here. We've got more Fox 35 News Plus in just a couple of minutes.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It's been a busy day. We have covered a lot of live events and breaking news, continuing to track ongoing debates on some high-profile bills in Tallahassee. That's what's been going on over the last 3 hours that we've been with you. We've been tracking a lot of that, and we appreciate you joining us here for another hour of our live streaming news coverage. And we start with a big decision, an update in a case involving a deadly shooting involving Osceola County deputies back in 2022. I want to bring in Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, who joins us live now via Zoom to talk about this. And Marie, first talk with us about this case and these new developments now.
Sure. Just for a refresher on the case itself, this happened at a Target in Osceola County. There were deputies who were conducting training exercises at that Target for this 10-hour shift. They were going through and working with Target employees, figuring out retail theft type stuff, and then also working on car blocks in the back area of the parking lot. They saw these two teenagers who they thought were likely to commit a crime because they'd had their license plate on the Audi that the kids were driving covered up. And they walked into the Target wearing masks. So the deputies started keeping an eye on them and started coordinating to potentially block in that vehicle. And eventually that is what happened. They confirmed that the kids had, allegedly, because the charges wound up being dropped, but the kids kind of admit that this did happen, that they'd stolen some Pokemon cards and a pizza. So the kids walked back to the car, and at that moment, the deputies with the Osceola County Sheriff's Office came up, blocking in the car. These are undercover deputies. They're, for the most part, not wearing, or not all of them are wearing things that mark them or identify them in any way as sheriff's deputies. They did not turn on their lights and sirens. So from the kids' perspective, as you can see on that video, this is just 3 cars who randomly block them in. A judge has just decided that those deputies involved in this, or at least the primary contenders who are being sued, will not have qualified immunity in this case. Normally, because they were acting within the scope of their duties, they would be immune to any civil prosecution or from a civil lawsuit, and a judge has said that won't be the case here. What wound up happening is, while those kids were blocked in by the deputies in the unmarked vehicles, the kids tried to get away, and 2 deputies wound up shooting a total of 31 times. The 20-year-old driver, Baez, he was killed. There was a 19-year-old who says that he put his hands up to try to surrender or figure out what was going on. He wound up being shot in the hands. He lost a finger. There was an 18-year-old who was shot in 3 times in the back and in the ribs. And there was a 17-year-old who was not shot, but he was still injured. There's video of him being slammed onto the ground. The judge actually spent a good amount of time in the decision that just came out discussing that moment. The deputy's lawyer had tried to argue that that moment was, the phrase he uses is de minimis, which just means it's unimportant. The judge disagreed. He said that it was unnecessary and a use of force that just wasn't warranted for the situation. So keep in mind here, these are kids who were committing potentially petty theft. One of them wound up dying. 2 others wound up permanently injured. Another one is permanently traumatized. That's not to mention all of the people in that Target parking lot. There's video of them running away screaming, and some of them have testified saying that they were traumatized by this as well. A grand jury, I think a year ago, maybe it's probably been more than a year now. In the past, a grand jury had decided that the deputies were not going to face criminal prosecution, but that review was still scathing and resulted in the grand jury saying that the Osceola County Sheriff's Office was going to need to change some of its policies. These deputies were either not wearing body cameras or didn't have them turned on. That was something that the Sheriff's Office has now worked to change. I actually just got word today that they're getting in new cameras. That should be a little bit better. And there were a series of other policies based on training that the that the sheriff's office was supposed to implement. The judge in that new order saying that the deputies are not going to get qualified immunity essentially said that there wasn't any real danger whatsoever until the deputies created it. And it's a 60-page long decision. That was really, really scathing in explaining why these deputies acted so, essentially, in the judge's words, so recklessly that it warranted them not being considered as acting within the scope of their duties as law enforcement officers. And keep in mind, some of the people involved in this had been law enforcement officers for 20 plus years. They were not new deputies just making mistakes. There had even been a deputy who warned that they should maybe not try to block in the car in that location and they should wait for a safer area to go do it. That wound up getting overruled, and all of this calamity happened. This case is still going on. I just talked with the attorney for the family of the children involved. He says that they're happy with the decision and that the judge essentially agreed with them on a lot of points they've been making in the 3.5 years since this happened. They are kind of at the point where it's still, I mean, nothing is going to bring back the 20-year-old who was killed. Nothing is going to undo the pain that the others say they suffered. But they still want some form of justice, and that's what they're seeking in this federal lawsuit that they filed.
All right, interesting stuff there. So no criminal charges in this case, but it sounds like it did prompt some policy changes within the sheriff's office, and then obviously this lawsuit that's going to be allowed to continue to move forward. So something that we will continue to watch there out of Osceola County.
That's exactly right, Garrett.
Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, we appreciate you joining us today.
Anytime.
I want to give you a live look right now on the floor of the Florida House of Representatives, where we are continuing to hear debate about House Bill 133. This is a bill that would lower the minimum age to buy a firearm in the state of Florida from 21 to 18. So what we're talking about are long guns here, rifles, shotguns, things like that. This would allow those who are 18 to purchase those from federal firearms licensees, so those FFL dealers of firearms. We've heard a lot of debate over the past hour or so, a little over an hour now, I think, that this bill has been considered. Let's go ahead and listen in live for a few minutes here on Florida Live as this debate continues.
Before that 18-year-old can go and purchase, but I know that some in this room like to talk about those who are willing to step up and serve in the military, and God bless them. But the difference is that individual who stepped up to serve has undergone a background check, has undergone a mental health screen, has undergone, at least in the case of the Army, a 6-week intensive marksmanship course, for the first 3 weeks of which they're not even touching a firearm. So you want to talk about that, then we can have a conversation about lowering that age, but that's never the conversation in this room. I won't mention that the Marjory Stoneman Douglas Act that was passed was overwhelmingly bipartisan and voted on by members who were here at the time who now serve this state in various capacities, not the least of which is the United States Senate, United States Congress, the Florida Senate, and some former and current presiding officers of this very chamber. I won't mention that nothing has changed, members, but the political environment clearly has. I won't mention that, again, this year, there's no Senate companion, the only saving grace year after year. And I won't mention that I'm a gun owner myself and a former prosecutor. I'm not coming for anybody's guns. I just think we need to be a little bit more reasonable, a little bit more responsible with them. What I will mention is why we did it. And you heard Representative Bartleman, Representative Gottlieb, and others mention it a little bit. The shooter in the case of my alma mater was a 19-year-old with a long gun. And that background that Rep. Bartleman shared. His mom didn't want him to have that firearm. But there was legally nothing that stopped him. So he walked in, purchased it, bought an AR-15, killed 17 and wounded 17 more in my alma mater in a matter of minutes. As you may recall, I was there that day, within about 30 minutes of the shooting. I, as well as Representative Bartleman, Representative Hunchofsky, and some others, have had the opportunity to spend some time with the families, hearing their child's hopes and dreams, hearing what they were like before their life tragically ended. And it hasn't stopped with MSD. Just yesterday, I spoke to a mother and a father whose 17-year-old was killed a few weeks ago in my district. He had access to a loaded firearm. Now, I'm going to be clear, it wasn't a long gun, but hear me out, because the significance is the same. This individual was working in a retail store in my district. He had access to a safe that included a loaded firearm. This 17-year-old, who's just months, by the way, away from being able to walk in and purchase a long gun if this were to pass, took that loaded gun and started to show off for his friend. Started to show off for his friend, held the gun up, cleared the cylinder, held it up, shot it, nothing came out. Said, "See, the gun is safe." Then he put it to his head in a Russian roulette style, pulled the trigger, and unintentionally blew his own brains out. That's the same age, couple months difference, that we are open to allowing, if this was to pass, that individual to walk in and buy an even more powerful, even more dangerous firearm. And you know what?
Sad story, terrible story shared on the floor of the House of Representatives in Tallahassee right now. This is Representative Dan Daly, a Democrat from Coral Springs. You heard him reference his alma mater, Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland. It was after that shooting, several of the gun law reforms that were made, including raising the purchase age to 21. Now, for the past 4 years, the House has considered this bill to lower that age back to 18. It has not been taken up in the Senate, even though it has previously passed the House. So we will see what happens this time as this debate continues right now. We are going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. So let's bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, joining us live now from Tampa. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We're going to start today in Polk County, where Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd held one of his famous press conferences this morning. And this morning he was joined by sheriffs and law enforcement officers from around the Bay Area, as well as the state's chief financial officer, Blaise Ingoglia. And the goal here, they were all talking about wanting more restrictions placed on illegal immigrants. Now, Blaise Ingoglia, during this morning's press conference, he talked about a proposed bill that would prohibit all commercial driver's licenses, pre-licensing instruction testing, as well as all licensing procedures to be given in English. He said they would not be allowed to be given in any other language except for English. He said that if you are going to be on our roads, you need to learn the language. And you'll remember down in South Florida last year, 3 people were killed when an illegal immigrant who was a truck driver made an illegal turn on a highway. And again, those 3 people died in that crash. Ingoglia said he also wants Florida to remove illegal immigrants as covered employees under the workers' compensation statute. He went on to say that a business owner who hires an illegal immigrant and has that person get hurt while on the clock, they should have to pay for those expenses out of their pocket. Ingoglia also added that before any benefits are issued, the E-Verify system needs to be checked to make sure that this person was in the country legally. Ingoglia added that Florida also needs to end the use of illegal IDs from sanctuary states, that he says he wants to end the use of these IDs being used to open up bank accounts and cashier's checks, because he says that this is one way that not only do illegal immigrants use these to open up these bank accounts and send money back to their country, but according to Ingoglia, they are also sending money to drug cartels that helped smuggle them over the southern border to get here. Our CFO also said that Florida wants to ban illegal immigrants from down payment assistance programs meant to help Florida families own their own homes, and he wants to prevent illegal immigrants from getting silent second mortgages. He also wants to prevent them from getting any license from financial services. And one thing Ingoglia stressed, that it does not happen now in the state of Florida. He said this will not happen while on his watch, but he wants these to become a law because he doesn't know who will be in the chief financial officer position 10, 20, or 30 years from now. Ingoglia also stated that Florida wants to require car insurance companies to insure illegal immigrants using outlawed driver's licenses to fully accept the financial burden of a car accident involving those people. Again, as I mentioned, Ingoglia was joined by Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd this morning, as well as sheriffs from the Bay Area. And during that press conference, Sheriff Naco, he is the sheriff of Pasco County, he said that over the last 90 days, 10 people in Pasco County who were arrested were here illegally, and they also had state charges. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd also took the podium this morning, and he said that 74% of the illegal immigrants his deputies detained have criminal charges against them. And he went as far to say that the other 26% were actually riding with these people who already had charges filed against them. We were at the press conference this morning. Let's hear a little bit more about what Blaise Ingoglia had to say.
Florida is leading this nation with arrests and deportations. Almost 20,000 so far since we started this, and it's going to continue. So if you're an illegal immigrant, self-deport, because you don't want these guys catching you. Because I'm going to tell you right now, they will. And I'm so proud to stand here with them today as we announce these awards. We know how hard it is, the jobs that you do. Please, on behalf of the governor, on behalf of me, the rest of the Florida cabinet, heck, on behalf of every single citizen of the great state of Florida, go back to your people, your deputies, your police officers, and tell them thank you on behalf of us. We appreciate that.
And so you heard chief financial officer in Golia mention awards there. Those awards that he is talking about are monetary awards. These are actually reimbursement checks coming from 287G. These are 287G reimbursement checks, and he did present these checks to a lot of those law enforcement officers up on the stage. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd received the largest check, which was for just over $1 million, but Sarasota County Sheriff's Office, the Hardy County Sheriff's Office, as well as the Newport Richey Police Department also received checks for several hundreds of thousands of dollars. Again, those were 287G reimbursement checks. Garrett.
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa connection.
Thank you.
Time now for our Florida Live forecast. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joining me now. And Laurel, it's not very often we're talking about the potential for snow here in the Sunshine State.
Again.
I know, yeah.
2 years in a row.
2 years in a row, yeah.
But it is going to be chilly through the overnight tonight. We're going to be seeing temperatures near or at freezing, basically region-wide all across central Florida. So it's cold. It is going to be cold. And yes, Elsa, the cold does bother me anyway, for sure. Taking a look, tomorrow morning, we are calling for a storm team alert day because the widespread freezing temperatures that we are going to be seeing all across central Florida. So heads up, it's going to be chilly. I'm not talking about just the temperatures. Temperatures are already going to be cold, but if you stepped outside, especially this afternoon, it is windy out there, Garrett. I just stepped outside and quite literally there were palm tree, like the dead palm tree palms, just like flying across the parking lot. It was crazy.
Is that front blowing in right now?
Front blew in kind of yesterday, but we're really just seeing that much cooler air blowing in this afternoon through the overnight tonight and tomorrow. It's still going to be gusty tomorrow, which is going to make those frigid temperatures feel even colder. We're looking at wind chills in the 20s, so I hope you're ready. And it's been over 1,100 days since we've seen those temperatures this cold. And this is temperatures that are at or below freezing. Last time we hit those below freezing temperatures was Christmas Day in 2022. But taking a look out there right now, you can just see how windy it is. 55 degrees as we take a look over Lake Fairview. And as we head through the rest of the evening, those temperatures, they're going to tank. Seeing those temperatures really take a nosedive as we head through the overnight tonight. We're going to go from the mid-50s now into the low 30s, flirting with freezing or at freezing as we head through the overnight. And you can see right there, widespread freezing temperatures all across central Florida. Region-wide, we are under a freeze warning, which again just means those widespread freezing temperatures. And here's kind of where we're going to be seeing the coldest. You can see that teal line that kind of goes from Zephyr Hills, just north of Orlando, over to Daytona. That's where we're going to be seeing those temperatures at freezing. If you're in the white, going to be seeing those temperatures just above freezing, but if you're in the purple, below freezing temperatures. It is going to be chilly. So to put numbers to the photos, we're going to be seeing those temperatures at freezing, taking a look up in Gainesville and Ocala, mid-30s in Orlando, taking a look at tomorrow morning, and then as we take a look down towards Melbourne, temperatures closer to about 40 degrees. But now let's add in the wind speed. Those temperatures, that's what the thermometer is going to be reading tomorrow. Adding in that wind speed, it's going to be feeling very chilly out there. We're looking at temperatures feeling like they are in the 20s all across the board. So Garrett, I hope you're ready. But we're not only just talking about the cold air, we might be talking a little bit of winter weather in parts of Florida as well.
Phew. No, I am not ready. To answer your question, I am definitely not ready. I don't even know. I've got to look and see what the warmest coat I have is, and I'm gonna have to get that out, and it's not very often. I mean, I couldn't tell you the last time I wore that thing.
Yeah.
I think my warmest thing is I've got a Carhartt jacket. That's probably I'm gonna have to bust that thing out this weekend. I've maybe worn it once since I moved here.
All of like my heavy sweaters I put in the back of the closet, put them actually in a tote bin. I had to break those out yesterday because I kind of just had that feeling that I was going to be out there in the cold reporting, and that's exactly what we're doing today. So
because I mean this is the kind of thing that's impactful for us here, because it's more than just being cold when you step out the door in the morning. Because you're talking impacts on plants and other things as well that. Just because we're not used to this.
There's a reason why I moved down to Florida, and this is the reason. So luckily, it's going to be just a very quick little cold snap that we're in for. But again, taking a look, we're going to see another cold front kind of move through on Sunday. And because of that low pressure system kind of setting up over Georgia and Alabama, there could be the possibility of some snow there. So taking a quick look, here's that low pressure system. You can see that snow really increasing with that back end of that cooler air kind of tapping into the back of the system. And then that cold air once again sets in. So this is Sunday night into Monday. And we could be seeing a little bit of snow accumulation, taking a look up in the Panhandle and across Georgia. So here's a little bit of a reminder, and we'll take a look at that in a second. But Sunday, January 18th, we could be seeing about an inch of snow in Tallahassee and areas right along the Panhandle. Unfortunately, it's not going to be dipping down as far down to Orlando, but as a little bit of a reminder, we hit 9 inches of snow this time last year, taking a look in Pensacola. So we are possibly looking at 2 years in a row where we could be seeing snow on the beach, Gary.
I'm sorry, did you say unfortunately or fortunately it's not reaching down here to Orlando?
Maybe a little bit of both. Honestly, I'm okay with it because I feel like traffic-wise, everything will be a lot smoother without any snow. But hey, a little bit of snow in Florida makes that little fake snow that they have in Disney might be a little bit more magical.
Maybe. I guess that's one way of looking at it.
I'm trying to put a positive spin on this.
Yeah.
That's about it.
whatever we can find, because it's not going to be very fun. But like you said, it is kind of short-lived at least, and then we'll bounce back.
Yep, couple of days. It's not going to be super long, but we are still going to be seeing those below average temperatures pretty much through the end of the month. So if you are a little bit of a wimp with the cold, I asked a couple of our coworkers what defines cold to them. Anything under 70. So if you're kind of in that crew, definitely keep the sweaters out for a little bit longer, because again, we're going to see those temperatures probably a little bit below average through the end of January.
All right, good to know. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Karen.
And we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Coming up on 2:30 now. We appreciate you joining us here today. Continued calls for reforms to the insanity defense here in the state of Florida. This comes after a high-profile case that we've talked about quite a bit, where a man released from prison early from Kentucky, rearrested in Marion County, and that case bringing a lot of attention to this issue over insanity defenses in court, and the Attorney General here in Florida among those calling for some changes in Tallahassee to change how that would play out in court. Pleased to be joined this afternoon by Attorney General James Uthmeier, who is joining us live now via Zoom. And Attorney General, we appreciate you joining us here today.
Good to be here. Thanks for having me.
So first, just talk to us about what some of these changes and these reforms that you are calling for and that you want to see done here in Florida.
Sure. Well, as a start, the case you referenced, the individual in Kentucky, this was a man who went into the home of a stranger house, into the room of a 6-year-old, and stabbed a little boy multiple times in the head, killing him. He then was declared to be insane and ultimately was released from incarceration after just 8 years, where he should have spent life or faced the death penalty. He was allowed to be released very early. He then fled to Florida, where thankfully we were able to detain him on a parole violation and get him back to Kentucky to serve a longer sentence. But this highlights a real problem in this country. Too many criminal defense lawyers are abusing the insanity defense to ultimately get people off of crimes altogether or to lessen their culpability, the accountability. So we want a legislative change in Florida. If you're declared to be insane or mentally unwell, that does not allow you to go free or to have a reduced sentence. Rather, it only dictates that you might be detained or incarcerated in a different facility, a mental institution or clinical facility where you can get the help that you need. At the end of the day, we need dangerous people, we need murderers, we need violent offenders locked up and away from our children, away from society as long as possible. And insanity will only allow them to not go free, but to be housed in a different facility.
Now, it seems like this is a defense here in Florida. From researching it a little bit, it seems like it's pretty rarely used here, and even more rarely successful because of the kind of high standard that Florida already has for proving that insanity defense. So are these additional steps actually necessary?
You better believe they're necessary. I mean, in Florida, if we're known for anything, we get out ahead of problems rather than be dealing with them on the back end. Over Christmas break in Palm Beach Gardens, another individual with prior offenses went into a Barnes & Noble and stabbed multiple times a woman, a stranger, an elderly woman, killing her. They're already talking about how this is, this guy's insane and is not fit for the punishment that should be coming. So we want to get out of these problems before they become a reality. So while it is rare, it is used on occasion, and we cannot have any violent offenders, much less dangerous murderers, going free, full stop. So we're going to try to get this law passed, change this standard, and ensure that we are protecting our citizens here in Florida.
How do you respond to people who say, well, we're concerned about this potentially undermining the rights of defendants who do have severe mental illness? How do you respond to that?
Well, what I would say is, our ultimate goal is to protect our citizenry, to look out for public health and safety, ensure our kids are free from danger. We're not going to exercise the death penalty against somebody that's been found to be lacking mental capacity, but we do need to restrain and incarcerate somebody that has violent tendencies. So even if they are insane, if there's risk of them, like this gentleman from Kentucky who moved into Florida, right across from a school, if there's risk of them harming others, we need to ensure they're locked up.
That Kentucky case, I'll tell you, I was a reporter in Kentucky at the time. I covered that trial. I was in the courtroom the night that the jury came back with that decision, and I remember the response from the Tipton family to that. We've talked to Dean Tipton, the father of that 6-year-old, on this show, and after his arrest here in Florida, which he was, I know, very thankful and grateful for. You talked about Florida kind of leading in this. Do you think this is something that if Florida lawmakers pass this, something that could be a model for other states around the country as well?
I think so. There are a couple states that already have a narrower use of the insanity defense in their state law. So we would not be the first in this case, but we need to jump on right away. And, as a bigger state with a bigger population, a strong law enforcement presence, and a strong theme of rule of law, I do think we could set a standard and create a blueprint for other states to follow suit. Where you see some of these heinous offenses, people stabbed in subways and trains, egregious murders. I think the populace on both sides of the aisle, no matter what party you're in, realizes public safety has to be paramount. Education, economy, well-being, everything else is secondary to the basic tenets of public safety. People want to make sure that their kids are free from violent offenders. We'll set the stage and work with other states to hopefully bring them along to ultimately promote public safety.
Appetite from lawmakers? Is there a positive response and reception to these proposals? What are you hearing?
So far, the response has been positive. We're working with multiple lawmakers to get a good piece of legislation filed that'll then go through the process. And we're happy to work with anybody to ensure that we're crafting thoughtful, legal legislation that will, pursue good.
Before I let you go, I do want to ask about this. I know you talked about it on social media. A woman in Jacksonville now facing charges accused of punching a trooper because of her disagreements with the immigration enforcement. We know this is rising tensions that we're seeing across the country when it comes to this. Give me your reaction to this case out of Jacksonville and just kind of the climate that we're seeing when it comes to immigration enforcement efforts.
Sure. Well, law enforcement is enforcing the law. They're doing their job. We're glad to have them here in Florida. We have 50-plus year record crime lows in Florida. We see a sharp decline in fentanyl sales and outbreaks. Things are going very well because we back law enforcement with everything we have, and we give them the tools to be successful. Where people out there, a lot of these are groups that are funded by dark money organizations, leftist activist groups that encourage people to protest and thwart the good efforts of law enforcement. And where that happens, where people interfere or impede law enforcement activity, that is a crime. They're going to go to jail. Where they inflict harm or physically get in the way of these officers, again, that is a crime. They're going to go to jail. Multiple crimes, again. We're going to lock her up. We're going to send a message. Let law enforcement do their jobs. If you want to get in the way, you're going to pay for it.
Do you think that's part of the importance of that message, kind of deterrence, letting know that officials here are not going to stand for that sort of thing?
Absolutely. That's a big part of it. I mean, number one is just accountability. If you do the crime, you do the time. But we want to show these groups, let law enforcement do their job. We're not going to tolerate in Florida what you see in Minnesota. If you get in the way, you're going to pay for it.
Attorney General James Uffmeyer, we appreciate you joining us live here on Florida Live this afternoon.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Good to talk with the Attorney General there. We are going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we still have more to come, so keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. At the end of our conversation with Attorney General James Uthmeyer, we were talking about federal law enforcement agents and state law enforcement agents and state law enforcement officers and troopers, and the specifically that case out of Jacksonville where a woman's accused of punching an FHP trooper who engaged in some sort of immigration enforcement operation. We know the state of Florida has a HALO law that essentially creates a 25-foot buffer around law enforcement, where if law enforcement tells someone to back up, you've got to give them that 25-foot space, or they could be arrested and face criminal charges. Well, now, Senator Ashley Moody, Republican from Florida, one of the newest members of the Senate, filed legislation in the U.S. Senate that would be very similar. It's called the HALO Act. It would establish that 25-foot buffer around federal law enforcement, specifically ICE agents. She's been talking about this a lot on the floor of the U.S. Senate. She joined us earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus to talk about why she thinks this bill and that step is so important, given what we are seeing happen in states across the country.
The ability of law enforcement to do their jobs without the threat of obstruction or assault or violence is absolutely essential for our government to function. You have these men and women who have taken an oath and wear the badge to enforce the people's law. We have to be able to give them the protection to do those jobs. And so as Florida's newest United States Senator, making sure I came up here to fight for the same things that I did back when I was the Attorney General was very important to me. And I have filed a bill called the HALO Act, which gives a 25-foot buffer zone, I call it a safety zone, for law enforcement officers, ICE officers to do their jobs without folks impeding their ability to do that. If they're threatening them, assaulting them, harassing them, that would no longer be allowed. If they're asked to step back and just give them a buffer zone to do their job, if they impeded that zone, that would be a criminal violation. So I think as we see these things play out on our screens every night and the danger that these situations present to all involved, it is so important that we're passing common sense legislation that protects our officers and community members. It makes a lot of sense moving forward. It will allow officers to enforce the people's laws, and I'm proud to sponsor it as your newest U.S. Senator.
What are the penalties that violating that would bring?
So if an officer says, please step back, we're doing our jobs, we need you to step back, and yet you still and do that with the intention to obstruct or harass or threaten them, keep them from doing their jobs, you would face up to a 5-year prison sentence with other penalties.
Do you think we're seeing an increasing need for something like this, given the climate, the political climate and the tension that we're seeing around a lot of law enforcement response, specifically when it comes to ICE agents and illegal immigration enforcement?
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that saddens me, obviously, not only as the former Attorney General, but as a former judge, as a former prosecutor, I'm also the wife of a law enforcement officer. And I know firsthand that when officers are attempting that we ask them to do on a daily basis, the situations can be very dangerous. They plan and then they execute according to those plans, but you never know what circumstances can come up. And for their safety and for community members' safety, it's so important that they be willing to work within safe parameters. And so I think this is just a really common sense approach. Everyone should support this. There is no reason why we should put their lives in jeopardy when they're attempting to do their jobs. And I can tell you that I've seen numerous instances where if something like this was in place, it would have prevented really tragic, horrific situations. So I filed this months ago. It's generating a lot of enthusiasm from my colleagues here. And I just encourage the Florida delegation and Congress to consider doing something over in the House. This is so very important. And certainly I'll keep pushing it here in the United States Senate.
We know the bill has been referred to one of your committees, the Senate Judiciary Committee. What has the response been from your colleagues to this legislation?
Yeah, we've just added numerous other senators as co-sponsors to this. I think everyone involved sees the need for something like this to keep everyone safe. And I look forward to, keeping it front and center on everyone's minds. If something was like this in place, it very well could prevent horrific attacks on our officers, and also it would prevent a safety parameter for everyone involved.
Especially with what we're seeing in Minnesota, do you think something like this could specifically help when we see kind of things that are happening, like continuing to happen there?
Okay, look, tragically, unfortunately for this nation, we're seeing this play out every single day. And it's not just in Minnesota, it's in other states. And what is really terrifying to me is that you have elected officials, people that are in leadership, people who have said, I will be a people's representative and to the best of my ability be a steward of government and the way it's supposed to function. And they're actually encouraging threats, attacks, the impediment of law enforcement officers as they're trying to execute their duties. That's a whole new ballgame, something I never would have expected. And it's dangerous. It's not just dangerous for the particular instance that you're talking about. It's dangerous for how we have set up our governments to function. And, as someone who truly believes in a free people, living as a civilized society under the laws that they can agree upon, I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to promote the success of this government. Not just the United States government, those that are set up within our states. It's so important. And, we have been a nation for 250 years. We will go on to be a successful nation if we adhere to the principles on which this country was built. And that is the people deciding what their laws will be and men and women executing the people's laws. And, I am here to make sure that this remains the greatest nation on the face of the earth. I believe in it. I know many of your viewers, all of your viewers, hopefully, are proud to call themselves Americans and want to see this country succeed. And this is a very basic, fundamental thing we need to do. We not only need to give law enforcement officers the authority, the go-ahead to enforce the people's laws, we need to give them the protection to do that.
Our conversation with Senator Ashley Moody earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now. Floor of the Florida House of Representatives. I want to give you a brief update here first. The bill to lower the minimum age to purchase a firearm from 21 to 18 passed the House. Again, the vote was 74 to 37. We have seen it pass the House before, but really not go anywhere in the Senate. We are now hearing some conversation and debate over House Bill 197, as you see on the screen there. This is a bill that would require all private employers across the state to use E-Verify to essentially verify workers' employment status, make sure they are legally authorized to be in the United States and for employment. So this would require it for all private employers instead of just employers with a certain number of employees. So we're expecting to hear some debate about this. We've got to take another break here on Florida Live, but when we come back, we will get you back to the Florida State House and their debate going on right now. So keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV, and we'll be right back with more live streaming coverage after this.
my case.
Welcome back into Florida Live. I want to get you back to Tallahassee and the floor of the Florida House of Representatives, where they are debating right now a bill that would require E-Verify for all businesses, essentially private businesses that are looking to would need to verify the status of their employees. Right now, that is required of certain businesses with a certain number of employees. This would require it of all private employers. This is Representative Marie Woodson, a Democrat from Hollywood, Florida, who is speaking right now on the floor of the House. Let's go ahead and listen in live as lawmakers debate this bill.
But I'm just asking for us to think about what we are doing, what we are saying, because we cannot make everyone else pay for something one person did. So I'm asking you members to think about it first before you vote on this legislation. Thank you.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to Representative Joseph.
Representative Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If the goal is to ensure that people who are legally authorized to work, then we have a system that takes care of that already. The I-9 process is reliable, it's universally required, and it's always available. Unlike the I-9 process that I just described, which is never down, the E-Verify system is consistently down with technical issues, persistent periods of unavailability. This puts a strain on our small businesses. And I know if you haven't had a small business, you may not understand the impact of that strain, but it is significant. That $81 million in 1 year is significant. For you, that may be nominal, but I assure you, for the small businesses in this state, it is not a nominal cost. And it puts them at risk of being charged with federal fines of $2,000 or more. That too is not significant. That adds to additional compliance costs. There's nothing in the current law that prevents employers from voluntarily using the E-Verify system. Why do we need to come down heavy-handed with this government mandate that forces unnecessary bureaucratic burdens on our well-meaning small businesses, businesses that are abiding by the law? Right now, when we think about the impact of these on specific communities, it's going to disproportionately impact not just immigrants, but African Americans or anyone who has an unusual name, which is where most of the errors come in. At a time where these communities are under attack, we don't need to add any more fuel to that fire. Stop doing the most. Just leave hardworking immigrants alone. Let law-abiding businesses do what they need to do, and that's focus on their businesses. The I-9 system works just fine. It keeps compliance costs low. It limits exposure to federal fines. And most of all, it's reliable. And if our goal is actually just to make sure that people who are legally working supposed to work, then it does that. We don't need this fake fix forcing private employers to use a broken and unreliable federal database system in the form of big government mandate is bad for business and bad for Florida. Please vote down.
Debate time having expired on the con side, Representative Maggard, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield the floor to Representative Jocks.
Representative Jocks, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to address for my debate a few of the points that were made on the other side. There's a lot of conversation about the burden on small businesses, and I assure you that this is not burdensome to small businesses. I assure you of that because this is nothing new, and there are many small businesses right now in real time using E-Verify regardless of the size of their employees. I say that because since 2021, the state of Florida has passed E-Verify. It applies to all state workers and any businesses that contracts with the state or a local government. So that's for anybody who puts in a bid for a project and any nonprofit that gets an appropriation from this body year after year. Dollars go out to these organizations, and not once have I heard a nonprofit who is getting state grants telling me this E-Verify thing is too burdensome. As a matter of fact, last committee meeting and during the stop, I was addressing this particular issue, and a small nonprofit owner back in Pinellas County told me, Bernie, you're right. It's not that hard. We have to do it every year because we contract with DJJ. It's not that hard. And it's not that hard because you're literally putting in 3 pieces of information: the person's name, their address, and their social security, things that are on the I-9 form, and you're just putting it in the portal where you get an answer from the E-Verify system, which is not a new system. It's been around for quite some time, Madam Speaker. The issue of reliability was also brought up. Over 98% are confirmed within seconds, Madam Speaker, within seconds. And if they're not confirmed, the system tells you there's a tentative non-confirmation. We might need a little bit more documentation. Get with the employee and see whether or not they can clear this up. They even give them the benefit of the doubt. And this is something that does not have to happen until within 3 days of the initial hiring.
So we're continuing to hear a debate. This is Representative Jacques, who is one of the sponsors of this bill to make E-Verify mandatory for all businesses to make sure employees who are being hired are, have legal status to be here and to work in the United States. So this debate continuing. We are going to continue listening into this on our live streaming news coverage and also check in on a couple of other things going on. So join us for Fox 35 News Plus coming up in just a few seconds on Fox Local and on YouTube. We're out of time here for Florida Live. Thanks.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now in Brevard County, where Andrew Lawson, a former Brevard County Sheriff's deputy, has entered a plea of guilty to manslaughter for the 2023 shooting death of another deputy, 23-year-old Austin Walsh. This hearing has been going on for much of the day. They're in a bit of a break right now. We'll keep an eye on that and let you know what is going on. We are also monitoring growing protests in Minneapolis as there's been some skirmishes today between ICE agents, federal law enforcement there on the scene, and also protesters protesting ICE in the aftermath of now another ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis. I want to get you live now back to Tallahassee, where a debate is going on about mandatory E-Verify. This would require employers, all private employers, any size business essentially, to run their new employees through this employment verification system to make sure they're here legally, can legally work in the United States, essentially checking their status. So let's go ahead and listen in live as a debate continues on the House floor. This is one of the bill's sponsors who is speaking right now, Representative Jacques.
And for that, I urge my colleagues to vote up on this good bill.
Representative Maggard, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We waive the rest of our time back in totality.
Having waived back the rest of the time, Representative Michael, you're recognized to close. You're recognized. From Esposito's desk. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Jacques, for bringing this bill on the floor, for carrying it all the way through. I want to thank my husband, who's up in the galley, for always being my steady rock, because a lot of people forget the fathers that are impacted, the fathers that have had to hold us together. You all know my story. Everybody in here has heard it. Our middle child killed Brandon Randolph Michael by a twice deported illegal that continuously defied our laws. That is the reason why I continue to stand here. And it's not just about my son. As I'm standing here, I'm looking at the bands of other people's children who were killed by illegals that I know personally. And every one of them that I have here, I deliberately picked out. I had more that I could carry. I deliberately picked out the ones who were killed by illegals who were working somewhere. In the case of like our son, the illegals were working, they were earning money under the table and sending it back to the country that they came from. If we had simply done something as simple, if we had E-Verify to confirm that they had a right to work here, they were here legally, it could have saved Brandon's life. Brandon was going on his lunch break to cash his check, as you all have heard so many times. The illegal was going to buy paint, and it cost our family. Am I angry? Absolutely. And for those on the other side of the aisle, if it was your child, you'd be just as angry. You'd be fighting too. I would hope that you would. When the question was asked about the churches, one thing that we have to keep in mind is that I would want to make sure I know who is volunteering in my church, who's working in my church, who's working in my business, because I really took a look at what we have since Biden has been in office, and this goes back, in my case, prior to Biden, so it's been a problem for a long time. Who's actually come across the border? What has actually come across the border? E-Verify can prevent you from hiring someone like an illegal from El Salvador convicted of sexual assault of a child, a criminal illegal and registered sex offender from Somalia convicted of 17 crimes, including 4 counts of larceny, vehicle theft, receiving stolen property, forgery, domestic violence, threatening terrorist state offenses, driving under the influence of liquor, intimidation, escape from custody, property damage. There's an illegal from Guatemala. He was arrested for attempted sexual assault. They're from all over. An illegal from Laos. Attempted sexual assault in conduct on a victim under 16 years of age. Domestic violence, receiving stolen property, contempt of court, driving under the influence of liquor. There's an illegal from Somalia. Possession. He was arrested for possession of opium, derivatives, driving under the influence, possession of hallucinogens, fraud, attempt to commit burglary, larceny, and 20 other crimes. We have another one, and I'll never say their name because I'm not going to give them that kind of credit. They don't deserve it. They've broken the law. They've harmed people. We have another one from Mexico, altering identification on a weapon, domestic violence. 2 counts of driving under the influence of liquor and larceny. Another one from Mexico, convicted of assault, resisting an officer, illegal reentry, driving under the influence of liquor. We have another illegal, convicted of assault with a dangerous weapon, drug possession, and larceny. We have one from El Salvador, domestic violence, shoplifting, disorderly conduct. And lastly, I will say we have another one from Mexico. He was convicted of identity theft, selling cocaine, selling amphetamines, an illegal from Somalia, convicted of driving, drunk driving, and possessing a fake name. So what I will say is, when they talk about the cost, does it cost us as Americans? Yes. We're watching the great switcheroo happening. We can look around and we can see it. The jobs that should be going to Americans are going to people. They have to put whatever they're trying to say into a phone to translate, to communicate with us. There's something wrong with that. And it is impacting not only immigrant communities. The Black community was brought up. I can vouch for that. My son is an independent business owner. It's very difficult for him to find jobs because very often he is told he can hire them for cheaper wages, and it is a form of slavery. I've been here several times before you all. I've poured out my heart, asking that as legislators, we remember the oath of office that we took, not to those that are not in this, that are in this country legally, but to those who are American citizens. We promised them that we would uphold the oath that we're taking. And you're absolutely right, I'm saying that, because we should uphold our oath. We cannot do that without ensuring our families are able to provide for themselves. They need good jobs, we need a sound economy, and the opportunities that as a nation we're responsible to maintain for the future generations. Our families shouldn't have to wait behind, or an increasingly growing trend that we're seeing. They're being turned down by employers for cheap labor. We have to continue to remove the magnets that draw illegal immigration to our great nation. And I do hope this is the very last time we will find it necessary to have to bring E-Verify back before this chamber. I hope we get it right, and I hope it's passed in the other chamber. I hope that is picked up and passed. I ask that you remember my son. Remember the other victims. Remember the young people. Remember your nieces, your nephews, your grandchildren, your wives, your husbands. E-Verify is worth it to get it right. Every life matters. If it takes a few seconds and it saves lives, then it's worth it. And with that, I close.
The question now occurs on final passage of HB 197. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will proceed to vote. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? The clerk will lock the machine and announce the vote.
80 yeas, 30 nays, Madam Speaker.
Show the bill passes. Read the next bill.
None on the desk, Madam Speaker.
That bill passes. Another bill that has been filed previously and brought back again this session, 80 to 30. As our understanding is, I'm not sure that that bill yet has a Senate companion, but we'll see what happens with that bill now, as it has passed the House and could head to the Senate. So it's been quite a bit of activity today on the House of Representatives floor. The Senate not in session today, but the House has considered a number of bills, and several of which we brought you live, including this one about E-Verify, one to reduce the minimum age for the purchase of a firearm, and then another one, House Bill 6003 that passed earlier that would repeal what is known as Florida's free kill law that currently prevents certain family members for suing for non-economic damages. So those are all bills that have been brought up before, and we'll see what happens with them this session now that they have passed the House. Right now, though, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm going to go ahead and get you live inside this courtroom in Brevard County where the sentencing hearing is continuing for Andrew Lawson. He's a former Brevard County Sheriff's deputy who today in court, we heard about a plea deal that was made, negotiations that have been underway. He has now pleaded guilty to a manslaughter in the fatal shooting of another deputy, 23-year-old. This is Andrew Lawson, believed to be I believe he's being called to the stand as the final witness here in this sentencing hearing. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. You can go ahead and take the stand. Just pull the microphone close to you so we can hear you.
May it please the court, Your Honor. Mr. Lawson, let me know when you're ready to proceed. Don't start reading it. Just let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay. Yeah, there's tissue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So I want to tell you, if you need breaks, you can ask the court. Please try to speak up as much as you can. State your full name. State your full name.
Andrew Jacob Lawson.
Spell your last name, please.
Lawson.
How old are you, sir?
I'm 25 now.
And what's your date of birth?
February 20th, 2000.
Where are you currently living?
With my mother.
What's the address?
2577 Pitts Cove. It's in Bonifay, Florida.
Bonifay, Florida?
Yes.
Where is that?
It's up in the Panhandle.
Okay. And how long have you been living with your mother?
Past 3 years.
Ever since the incident?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently a certified sworn law enforcement officer?
No.
Or have they taken away your privileges?
I'm not employed, so I'm not sworn.
Okay. And what's your mother's name?
Vicky Lawson. Vicky Sue Lawson.
Say that again?
Vicky Sue Lawson.
Okay, is that Ms. Lawson?
Yes.
Courtroom
Yes,
right here? Do you live with anyone else or just the two of you?
It's just the two of us.
Do you have a wife?
Are
you married?
I'm not married, no.
Do you have any children?
No.
Okay. So before I start asking you some questions, did you prepare a statement that you wanted to read?
Yes.
Is that what you're holding in your right hand that
Yes,
we
sir.
moved in as Defendants 5?
Yes.
Okay. And did you write this yourself?
I did.
And who was the statement to?
Several people, but specifically Austin's mother and brother.
Okay. Are you prepared to read it now?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
To Ms. Cheryl and Alec Walsh, extended family and friends of Austin Walsh. We're here today because of my foolish, avoidable actions on the night of December 2nd, over 3 years ago now. Austin was an accomplished deputy, a wonderful, loving friend, and above all else, he was a brother and he was a son. Austin brought happiness and laughter to so many people, including myself. And I had the privilege of serving the Brevard County Sheriff's Office, and we were on the same shift rotation, which meant much of our off time was spent together. And when we finally moved in together with our friend and roommate, Deputy Quinn LeBreton, Austin and I spent even more time together than previous. There were many conversations between Austin and myself about the future and what we both wanted out of life. I wanted to continue my career in law enforcement and one day have a family of my own. Austin wanted several things along advancing his career, what a family would look like, or maybe even travel. He spoke a lot about a trip he took to Alaska to see a good friend of his and how much he enjoyed that time seeing that part of the world and how he wanted to see more of it. Austin was one of the funniest people I knew. Our sense of humor was very similar, and so we could easily make each other laugh. I vividly remember a conversation when I was pestering Austin about taking dancing lessons because he was so bad at it. And maybe in the future he could join ballet and all the places he would visit and all the people he would meet because of his newfound passion of dancing. On the night of his death, we spoke about what we could do about my personal room in the house. Because one area that Austin and I differed in was Austin was a very neat and orderly person, and I was not. Austin wanted to help me by making my personal room look more alive and put together, and the plans we had for the next day together to accomplish this. This was our last meaningful conversation he and I would have. It breaks my soul to know that I took Austin's future away from him. That because of what I did, not only will I never be able to talk to Austin again, but you guys won't be able to either. I stole a future that was not mine. I stole future laughter, future love, future service, a friend, a brother, and a son that was not mine to take. I see these things out of truth and the belief I have in Jehovah God. Proverbs 28:13 says, "Whoever conceals his transgressions will not prosper, but he who confesses and forsakes them will obtain mercy." I say these things not out of the hope of obtaining the passing of judgment or consequence. I have accepted what I did, and I take full responsibility in the taking of Austin's life. Knowing full well that because of my actions I am here, and Austin is not, my hope is that one day all the people I have wronged, I have sought out and asked for your forgiveness. Because I stole from you, I wronged you, and that is my fault. I'm sorry. I apologize. Will you please forgive me? To the friends of Austin who are here today, I apologize for the pain I have caused you by my actions being the reason he is not here with us today. I apologize for stealing all the future moments of laughter, happiness, and joy Austin could bring into a room. I apologize for the grief, the tears, and the pain of my own actions caused on the night he was taken from you. I pray that one day, if you all are willing, you will forgive me for what I stole from you and the pain that I caused you. To the Brevard County Sheriff's Office and the people of Brevard County, I apologize for the hardworking, effective deputy that you lost because of my actions. To the people of Brevard County, I betrayed your trust. I swore an oath to protect, serve, and defend the citizens of this county. Austin was one of those citizens I swore to protect. The Book of Numbers, chapter 30, verse 2 says, "If a man vows a vow to the Lord or swears an oath to bind himself by a pledge, he shall not break his word. He shall do according to all the proceeds out of his mouth." For betraying you, the people of our county, your trust, before the people here today, before God, I ask for your forgiveness in the breaking of my oath. To Miss Cheryl and Alec Walsh, I stole from you a loving brother and a loving son. And for that, there's nothing I can do to repay the thing which I have stolen. I've not lost a brother and I've not lost a son. So I'm incapable of understanding the grief and the pain for which I have caused you. A parent should never have to bury their child, and my foolish actions are the reason you have to bury your child. I've wronged and hurt you beyond anything I can understand by taking your brother and your child away from you. I pray that God will give you peace and heal you because of what I have done to hurt you and cause you all this pain. Please forgive my actions and all that I have taken from you.
You need a moment, Andrew? Okay, sir. Okay. We've heard a lot about what has kind of sort of happened peripherally. But let me ask you this. What did Austin mean to you? Describe for the court your bond, your friendship, your relationship with him.
I mean, he's my best friend. So we shared a lot together, personal things. he was definitely somebody that I would have had at my wedding if I did get married. He would have been in my wedding. But I mean, he was a brother.
Did you ever tell him how much he meant to you?
In one way or another, yeah.
Did he express how he felt about you? Was that
In
not-
his own way.
In his own way. So let's go back to December 2nd. We've heard you were out to dinner, correct?
Yes.
What happened after that? Take us through.
I had returned home.
And I apologize, let me take a step back. You're issued a department firearm by the sheriff's office, correct?
Yes.
Did you own any other personal firearms?
Yes.
The firearm in question, what was it?
It was a personal firearm.
What kind of gun was it?
It was a Glock 34.
Okay. A pistol?
Yes, sir. Handgun. Yes, sir.
And how long prior to December 2nd and 3rd had you acquired that? Approximately.
I think I bought it like 4 or 5 days before this happened.
You had just got it?
Yes, I just purchased it.
And where did you get it from?
Frog Bones, the gun range.
Okay. Had you had any opportunity since you purchased it to use it at Frog Bones or any other gun ranges at the sheriff's office or anything like that?
No, I had never shot it, and it was that day was the first time I actually took it out of the case to clean it. Was that day.
So I just want the court to understand this was an absolute new firearm for you.
Yes.
How many other firearms did you own, not your department issued one, approximately, at that time?
Probably 5 or 6.
Are they all different in terms of how they feel in your hand and
Yes.
the weight?
Yes.
All right, go on after dinner. Go ahead.
So I had returned home, and dinner had gone a little later, I think, if I remember correctly, than expected, because he and I were supposed to run to, we had made plans to buy some stuff for my room. I had not.
Who's he?
Austin, Mr. Walsh, Austin Walsh, had, he and I had made plans to, either later that night or the next day to go shopping essentially for things for my personal room in the house, because I was still living out of boxes and stuff from moving.
How long had you been living with Austin and Quinn?
It wasn't very long. I want to say it was less than 6 months.
Okay, it was measured in months, not days. You were there for months.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
Yes,
guys
sir.
are roommates.
Yes, sir.
All right. So you had plans. Go on.
Yeah, so we had plans to the next day or even later that evening go to the store, and I had called him to tell him that he had decided to go to the gym. And so I was pulling in the garage to the house, and I called him to tell him that being that how late it was, let's just decide to do it tomorrow, because we were off the next day, because we were off for that full weekend because of our rotation. And he said he was okay, and then I informed him that there were friends of ours that were wanting to get online and play games. And so he said he was on his way home, and that when he got home, he wanted to have dinner. And
What time did Mr. Walsh arrive home, approximately?
I want to say it was probably after 8:30, 9 o'clock maybe.
At night?
Yes, sir.
And you were already there?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. LeBret and Quinn was not there?
Yes, sir.
Because he was working?
Yes, sir.
So just the two of you?
Yes, it was just the two of us.
Did you guys game a lot? Call of Duty? Play that?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, what is that game? We heard some description of it. From your perspective, what is it?
It's a military shooter game. You get on, you play with friends.
Teams?
Teams, yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, so go on.
So Austin got back from the gym. He wanted to have something to eat. And then we had decided to sit down and watch a show together. because we both had talked about how there's a particular show that we wanted to watch.
Which show?
On the stand right now, Andrew Lawson now describing that night just moments ago, making an emotional plea, asking for forgiveness for his, quote, foolish and avoidable actions, and that he said it really breaks his soul to know he took Austin's future away. Pleading guilty to manslaughter for the shooting of Austin Walsh, who was his co-worker, his friend, his roommate, when he says he jokingly had pulled the trigger twice before that gun fired. He is the last witness being called by the defense today. Unclear how much further in this, how much longer this will go this afternoon. The judge was talking earlier about potentially having to reschedule a second date for this hearing. So stay tuned for Fox 35 News. Later, we'll have updates on this. Right now, I'm going to hand you off